Another Thursday. This is the 15th of May, 2025. Yes, I give thanks. Negus salam. And yes, I bless the love. Welcome everyone. And Negus salam once again. And I'd like to let everybody know there's some good things going on out here and some good things going within. And it's wonderful to see us together gathered once again on another Thursday. And we'll begin shortly. In a moment, we'll have the national anthem come up. And then after, we will have our chaplain lead us in with a prayer. So I want to give thanks to all the people that come this evening. Bless the love. Give thanks.
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, the land where our gods of to be. Like these to our hive swiftly gather, our children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless high, who keeps
Ngusa salam, lekemu, makamigatu, abakudus, katamawe, highly selassie, siam exhibia. King of peace be unto you all. Blessed rising with the glorious one, our Holy Father, the divine peace of the might and power of the Holy Triune, the victorious might of the Triune, Selah. At this time, I will ask our Sergeant at Arms, will we do the honor today and opens up with prayer, if you will. Selah. Sergeant at Arms online today? If not, then I will ask Ross Lazarus, could you lead us out in prayer today, sir? Selah.
Chaplain, my service is going in and out. Did you request for me to open with a prayer? Sergeant
Yes,
Arms.
yes, I Selah.
Yes, sir. Okay, I missed it. I apologize. Yes, sir, I'm available. Is my voice coming over? Because I was losing service and I haven't moved very far from where I was.
Yes, sir. You hear that? Selah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good, thanks. Most High Exhibit, we give thanks on this light. We give thanks for love, life, light, liberation. We give thanks to be in your presence here, gathered amongst we the Black peoples of the world, in order to uplift your purpose on our lives, uplift your glory on this world, on this earth, as it is in heaven. Most High Exhibit, we're thankful on this light to unite our minds, our skills, our talents, to benefit our people, to benefit ourselves, benefit our families, to know that we're not bowing to the system, to know that we're not bowing to our oppressor, and that we're creating the life designed for us that we have for ourselves. Protect ourselves from annihilation. Most High Exhibit, we give thanks to be able to have a platform and a space provided from us, from the Most High. Abacadus, Gitamari, Katamari, Haile Selassie, Sim Exhibit, for us to express our unity, express our solidarity, and to be able to acquire our Nagus Salam, to be able to move forward with strength and arms, to protect our families from injustices, and protect our communities from those same injustices. We give thanks, Most High Exhibit, to be living in this new world order that you came and established here for us, with the blood of the angels, the blood of yourself, here in the battlefield, doing everything it takes to show us how to overcome our flesh, how to live in this life, true unlocking our Christ consciousness, and to be good stewards of our word, and to be upright men and children of the Most High. So we give thanks, Most High Exhibit, on this light, for the information that's being shared here tonight, and strengthen us, and reason us, and give us powerful word sound to continue to grow, continue to be great, and continue to remove essences of ourselves that no longer serve our purpose for that you have on our life, for you to remove our ego, for you to remove our hatred or envy that we could have on anyone, even our enemies, and put us in the heart of the Most High, put us in the heart of you, Most High. For when you got back on the throne, first thing you did was forgive the Romans and the Jews, for the injustices done that you witnessed firsthand. So we give thanks Most High. We give grace, and we're grateful to be here in this space. Again, we ask in the Most High name, Abakadus, Gedamari, Kadamari, Haile Selassie, Sim, Exabir, that you continue to guide and lead us, and let our footsteps and our words be controlled by you, and let us continue to grow in a betterment for the cause that you have for us, for we the Black peoples of the world, in order to protect ourselves from annihilation. So we give thanks Most High Exhibit on this light, and we ask all these things with a grateful heart, and we ask for the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Exhibit, our strength and our Redeemer. And we give thanks as we heal ourselves, we heal our families, we heal our communities, and we heal the world. Grateful again, Most High, as we pray, affirm, and meditate in your name. Sila, Sila, Sila. Ashe. To the chair, give thanks.
Yes, give thanks, Sergeant of Arms. Ashe. Sila. All right, this evening we have a special, as always, but this one is going to be going on the rabbit hole this evening, but we will have our regular schedule cutoff time. So we won't burden too many members who do not have the time or the breath to keep up. But everything will be recorded, and we will have it on our platforms such as on the wall and also YouTube as well. So look out for these. We will be having some more things coming up at the end of the season, to close out the season with some material for everybody as a gift from us. So we give thanks and praise for everything that we have been pushing through, everything that we're going to push forward through, and the greatness that is within us that is being exalted by our good works, inspired by the love and the fear of the Most High. So, without further ado, just want to say gratitude and give thanks to everybody coming in. And shout out to onthewall.com. Also, shout out to Rastafari TV. And shout out to EWF members. We do have a raffle that is out in the public for everyone. For our convention this year, for the summer, we will be having it hosted in Azania, aka South Africa, in Cape Town. So look out for those flyers online. I'm sure our secretary will put a flyer into the group chat or myself. So look out for those flyers. It's just $50 for a raffle. You can get a trip to South Africa and or win $1,500 USD. So look out for that. Some good things we got going on with the networking, with the community, and building. And for sure, look out for Roskamari in the Atlanta area. If you need that sea moss drink with those special blends of those fruits, he got it for you. Savannah area, ATL area. Definitely check those out. And also check out Vegan Dreams. And also vegan thing. So yes, I give thanks. So as now we will ask Ras Lazarus, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, author, and wonderful, great uh, leader and servant of his people in the Pinpoint area of Savannah, one of the last strongholds. And with the word and sound of Pinpoint, we know the mission. So give thanks and praise. Bless the Lord. Yes, sir.
To the chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention Ras Cypher is unwell, so I just wanted us to take a moment to just send him some well wishes and love. So he did send a message saying he wouldn't be here today. We know he's an avid member and avid participant in these sessions. So I just wanted to let everyone know he's unwell. So checking on our brother and send him some love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. Yeah. Send him some sea moss. Let's build him back up. Put him on that black seed and sea moss.
Yeah, I got him some last time I seen him. So, but he's not used it yet.
Oh, well, that's what we got. That's it. This universe is telling him to do right. He's not sick. He's just being, the universe is pushing him to the next level. Yes. Yes, let's speak the positive and the universe calling him to take the CMOS. Yes, I give thanks. Powerful brother too. Powerful brother. One of the last, well, there's many rising now. So he's a returning, I ain't gonna even say the last, a returning of the knowledge of the star knowledge keepers, which is our ancient tradition. Those holders of that green light. So they're getting that download connection. When we say that green light, we're speaking about that heart chakra. She's speaking about the sixth sephira, which is the sun. So they're getting them downloads from the star systems. I wanted to begin today. We just came out of Mother's Day for some people. And we know that Mother's Day is really every day. And it's a lovely spirit. And in that aspect, we had a discussion twice in the last week. And we talk about the psychological states in our community. We talk about the difficulty to come to logic, to work together, rather than in emotional tantrums of hate against each other. And we talk about why we have so much problems getting the balance. It's science that we're talking. So we're talking about our nature. My Moors, we're talking about our Islam. For the Quran says Islam is a nature. It's not a religion. Islam.
It to him. Whereas in the other community, I have found
Islam means peace. So we search for that peace, that real peace, being at peace with our being at peace with our self-value, our self-determination, our self-worth. But there's a science being worked on us. And it's a heavy science. Now, when we go through the constructs of the science, a lot of times we take it in the metaphysical realms and we put it past us, and it gets kind of difficult. So I hope today you're able to catch on to something here. In this science, it's called, for the Nation of Islam, the Yaqub theory. Now, in the Nation of Islam, they say Yaqub created the white man in a laboratory. But they don't actually just say that. They say a lower genetic being. And what is the science of that? What does that mean? So let's look at strategy for us as family and as people. And let's look at what we have to counter. Because His Majesty told us that we need to be able to counter these forces. We have to be able to counter the forces. So if we don't look at what we have to counter sometimes, then we don't have to take on a challenge sometimes. That's what it seems like. Well, sometimes it seems as though the challenge may be a lot more greater um, than what it seems. So I'm gonna read something here first, and then we're gonna talk about first November the 2nd, 1930. His Majesty gives a speech on freedom. This is not from November the 2nd. I'll give you the date. I have to look it up, but it's on freedom. The obscurity which enshrouds the centuries which elapsed between those endless days and rediscovery of Africa is being gradually dispersed. What it is that during those long years, Africans were born, lived, and died, and men on parts of the earth occupied themselves with their own concerns and their shallow deceits and proclaimed that the world began and ended at their horizons. All unknown to them, Africa developed in its own pattern, growing in its own life, and in centuries finally reemerged into the world's consciousness. The events of the past 150 years requires no extended reiteration to us. The period of colonialism into which we were plunged, accumulated with our blood and our continent feathered and bound, and with our once proud and free people reduced to hungry starvation, colonization, and slavery, with Africa's terrain cross hatched and checkerboarded by and arbitrary borders. Many of us during those bitter years were overwhelmed in battle, and those who escaped conquest did so at the cost of desperate resistance and bloodshed. Others were sold into bondage as the price extracted by the color for the protection when they were extended and possessions in which they were dispersed. Africa was a physical resource to be exploited, and the Africans were chattel to be chased bodily, or at best, people to be reduced to vesselage and uh, lockeyhood was the market for the produce of other nations and source or lackeyhood. So it's like they took our nationhood of other nations and the source of the raw material with which the factories were fed. Today, Africa has emerged from the dark passage. Our Armageddon has passed and has been reborn as a free continent, and Africans have been reborn as freemen. Blood that was shed and suffered that were endured are today Africa's advance for freedom and unity. Those men who refused to accept the judgment passed to them by colonizers who were unswervingly through the darkest hours of an African emancipated, the darkest hours of Africa, of an African emancipation from political, economic, and spiritual domination, be remembered and revered wherever Africans meet. Freedom has been reborn in the blood. Those who unswerving rebel against the colonizers, against their control, their indoctrination. Huh? You know? And we're speaking about physical, mental, spiritual. And when we look at the system that is before us, a lot of times we really miss a certain science. that's being put on us, worked on us. Magic, magi, imagination. And it is the decapitation of the Father. And you have to say to yourself, Europeans made it very important to decapitate the Father. The mother is given certain resources if she separates from the Father. Now, that's some serious science. If we overstand the value of the Father in the equation of the science and what it means to our development. See, because it's an attack on our development. But we yieldingly culturalize, normalize the decapitation of the Father. Now, the mother is a nurturer. The mother is a nurturer. It's like the earth that holds the seed and nurtures it to produce. It gives it life to become a fruit and nurtures it. But there's a seed that the Father carries. It's a very serious seed that the Father carries. And you have to really think good that they did not build the system around that for nothing. It had to be important. Now let's go a little bit in the rabbit hole with it. Now, in some theories and stories, you've heard people where they've looked at the story of Jesus, Isis, and they've even tried to say it represents the feminine, and that the Savior really is feminine. But in the story, there's Jesus and there's John the Baptist. It's two pillars in the story. Now, Isis, Jesus, represents a kingly pillar. Kingly pillar. And John the Baptist represents a priestly pillar. Remember, he's a Nazarene, a Essenes, who only wears sackcloth and eat locust beans and honey. And always is fasting and baptizing people because the Essenes do baptismal cleansing. So now you got kingly pillar, priestly pillar. Let's go in a little bit. So, so we always go through this symbol, right? It's called the doorway. But here you have three pillars, but the third pillar is only made because we put the fourth Kabbalistical tree of life here. But we always start off with this is the arch doorway, the doorway of Solomon's temple, the kingly pillar, priestly pillar, Malachi, Zedek, Melchizedek. So this is the Melchizedek. So Solomon's doorway, the two pillars to Solomon's temple, is actually Melchizedek. It's a science. He without father, without mother, without beginning or end, but abideth a priesthood continually. So now you have kingly pillar, which you would say would be Jesus. But then you have the priestly pillar. But what happens in the story? John the Baptist is decapitated. The priestly pillar head is cut off. Now the priest represents the knowledge of the science of the temple. The kingly pillar represents your birthright by divine heavenly right. But the priesthood represents the knowledge of the temple. Even in the mathematics, 2 plus 4 plus 7 is 13. The 13th letter of the English alphabet is M, which means master. So it is the mastership. I, self-law, am master. Islam, your peace. Remember, when the kingly pillar and the priestly pillar come together, they meet at the keystone. The keystone is called shalom. The keystone, the center post on the middle of the doorway, the arch doorway, is called shalom. But if you cut off the priestly pillar, the doorway is gone. Shalom, the peace, the hotep is cut off. But last, you saying Zedek, priest, goes to the man? I thought the priest would be the women. No, listen to the story. The lap of the mother, Mary. Jesus sits on the lap of the mother. The feminine mother, she is the throne of God. She is the throne keeper. So in the Cushite African tradition, if birthright or the royal lineage was recognized through the woman, you could not take right of the throne without the mother or the woman, the queen. So this kingly pillar is really regal, but the pillar belongs to the feminine. The pillar belongs to the mother. The priestly pillar, for the priests are the first defenders of the temple. They are the first warriors, the monks, the defenders of the temple, the father, the defender. Now, when the kingly pillar and the priestly pillar meet at Shalom, they produce the middle pillar, the 26, the Amen, the hidden one. But we know that 26 goes to Yahweh. They produce the divine one, the Yeshua. So we're talking about a science and an encodement. Now, when we deal with this science and encodement, the importance of the Father who protects the temple from unclean sacrifices so that the Spirit of God may remain within the temple. So the Father is the protector of the divine spirit within the family, within the being, within the children. He is the head. He is the defender of that way. He is the discipline. But if you cut his head off, you take him out of the knowledge of the temple. You take him out of the science. You devalue him. You make him feel as less of nothing. You make him worthless. You make the mother devalue him. You show the system devalues him. And the priestly pillar, John the Baptist, head is cut off. Now, we could go a little bit more into that story, but we wanted to get that importance there to understanding and our science of ourselves. We have to counter the forces that we realize are working a counter science to our nature, our Islam, our peace, our shalom, our hotep, our Iri. And Iri is an ancient Egyptian Kemetic word. The anointing waters, the Iri, the sacred waters of Heru, the Iri Eye. So the system made us normalize a culture. And when the fathers, that masculine spirit, has been decapitated, and we are the keepers of a measurement, of a science. That's what you call the 144. Because 144 is a word that means Aleph, Daleth, Mem, Adam. Adam. But Aleph, Daleth, Mem is a 9. So it's a science still. But let's go a little further, because we were talking about
I apologize, Minister. I muted you by mistake. I was trying to mute someone else. So you have to unmute.
okay. And this goes along, the Yakub theory goes right along with the science of the decapitation of the father. Because we have to return back to being the people, the children of the sun, the children of the science of the earth, and getting back in our divine ma'at, our harmony, our divine balance. So we look at science as we analyze the situations in our life. So when we study the Yakub theory from the Nation of Islam, and I know some of my Hebrew brothers, they get upset because Yakub is Jacob. So they don't like when they hear people say Jacob created the white man in the laboratory. But we know what they're talking about, Yakub, the big head scientist. So when we get to the story of Yakub, there's a riddle that goes with the cipher. And you have to really pay attention to it to really understand the science Remember, because the father, he's been decapitated, the priesthood. So the priest is the keeper of the knowledge of the temple, the keepers of the temple. So they're keepers of the rightful way. So now when you see that decapitation means the knowledge of the science of the temple has been taken away. So now the knowledge of the science of the temple comes back to us in degrees of dogma in certain senses, but in degrees of science coming back to us in the riddles of what we could say even today, those orders that have been brought forth in our time. So we're speaking about the 5% nation, the Nation of Islam, and the degrees supposedly, and not arguing or saying it's not, brought by Master Farad Muhammad. And in the degrees in which the Nation of Islam and the gods and earth uphold to, Yaqub was 20 miles outside of Mecca. Now, Mecca is a holy city. We're going to get back to that. But 20 miles outside of Mecca, in the outside of the holy city. And guess what Yaqub was doing? Anybody know? What was Yaqub doing 20 miles outside of Mecca? Anybody? Yaqub is a grown man, and he's 20 miles outside of Mecca. Some say he was a child, but some say he was grown. But let's just say Yaqub is 20 miles outside of Mecca, trying to figure out how to make the disagreeable the lower gene, as some say. And he's doing it by playing with magnets. He's playing with two magnets 20 miles outside of Mecca. And this is what teaches him how to make the lower being. Now, in the science of that, we speak from the science as within, so without, as above, so below. So anything that took place in the physical also is an inner science that manifests into the physical realm. So if we study the inner science of it, we can see what's going on. And in this, we go back to a study that we've continuously hit on. So maybe the seeds of it will click in because you've heard this enough to now where it may lock in on another level for you. So Yaqub is 20 miles outside of Mecca. Now, 20 is a part of the riddle because the 20th letter of the English alphabet is what? Think fast. Somebody talk fast. All you gotta do is open your mic and just say it. 20th letter of the English alphabet.
Is it you?
Uh,
T.
huh?
T.
T.
Oh,
T. T. The 20th letter of the English alphabet is T. T stands for truth. So to be 20 miles outside of Mecca, he's 20 miles outside of his truth. Y'all get that? Because he's not in the holy city. Now, the holy city represents a nature. That's why when we go through New Jerusalem or the city of Jerusalem as a science, you'll understand when we say city, we're talking about a physical science in a sense, but you're talking about a nature. Okay? So Yaqub is 20 miles outside of his nature. So he's outside of the truth. Now, what's the truth? And how playing with magnets taught him how to make a lower being. How could playing with magnets teach you how to make a lower being? See, we solve riddles. It's the riddle. You have to solve the riddle. So we give you keys. That's what it's called, temple building. So you could break the mysteries. You could break the riddles. So Yakub is playing with two magnets. That's the very important thing. So when we give you this symbol, you see us always talking about a square and a triangle, the higher self and the lower self, the atom or Adam and the Eve, the matter, the physical nature and the higher nature or the spiritual nature, right? So you've got two natures here, but these two natures represent positive and negative. So matter represents negative. The higher self represents positive. So what happens is when you hear people say, "Our Father who arts in heaven," so this is masculine and it's given positive. The feminine, which is groundation, the earth, groundation, you ground the wire, which is a negative. So when you speak about the law of Ma'at, you're speaking about the science of Yakub. When you're speaking about the law of Ma'at, you're speaking about the science of Yakub. Because Yakub represents the tree, this right here. You see this doorway? This pillar, this kingly pillar, is also what you would call Esau. And the priestly pillar would be Jacob. Why? Because Jacob wrestles with an angel all night in the valley of Penel. So we're talking about a science of the nature. The priesthood is the keeper of the knowledge of the science of the nature. So the story Jacob is giving you the priestly pillar, but the kingly pillar, the royal lineage, is also with Esau. But they say Esau is white. How? You got to study it now. You're going to have to go back because Esau goes to the dragon dynasty, the Baphomet. This is the Nagas, the serpents, the seraphims, the keepers of the Uraeus. So when we get up here, we're talking about two pillars, priestly signs, feminine matter, which carries the charge of negative, spirit or higher self carries the charge of positive. Now, under the law of Ma'at, here in the physical, we talk about it all of the time. If you go hug a tree, if you go walk outside, your body is healing because it is receiving negative ion. Your body is healing because it is receiving negative ions. Negative, negative. So in the material realm, the negative ions are your balancing force. So your being, your physical being, should be in a negative confession. Your physical being, matter, Eve, should be in a negative confession because it is the keeper of the doorway. So this represents science, negative, positive. So under the law of Ma'at, your heart must be light as a feather, a negative weight. But if your heart is not light as a feather. It becomes a positive. So the physical nature then changes from a negative confession to a positive confession. So you got to remember, you are playing with two magnets. Because you are Yakub, you're Jacob, you're the priestly pillar, you're the science. And you are playing with two magnets. Now, if you go outside of your truth, instead of staying in your negative confession and it turns to a positive, then your lower nature will repel the higher nature and you will be a being stuck in the lower nature. So then you start to produce a lower nature being because you went outside of your nature. You were 20 miles outside of your Mecca, your Kaaba, the Kaaba stone, the stone that's veiled, that's the feminine, the black stone, the carbon, the 666, the 9. So Yakub, the story of Yakub is the science of Ma'at, which is the science of your higher self and your lower self. Because you are playing with two magnets. And your ancestors told you to keep your heart in a negative confession so that you do not repel your higher self, but you attract and become one with your higher self, because that is your true nature. For there is no matter without atom. So if you repel something, you're repelling an inner connection. You're repelling the doorway. You're repelling the tree of life. And most likely you're in fight or flight. And you're repelling the breath of life. The breath of life. Now, with that science, I'm going to open up the floor before we touch this kingly pillar and Mary and the feminine. The floor is open. Ma'at and the science of Yakub and the decapitation of the father. See? The decapitation of the father is removing the family from the knowledge of the temple, because the father is the priestly pillar and the priest is the keeper of the knowledge and the defender of the knowledge of the temple. The father is the spark of the divine essence to remind the children of their infinity, of their divineness. The mother is the nurturer, and she is the keeper of that throne. When you decapitate the father, you take us away from the science of ourselves. And then we become people who create lower beings. We become Yakubs. The floor is open. The floor is open. The floor is open.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just speaking on the essences of, when I hear this, type of talk, when you say that we were decapitated, we have no head and the father is needed. And we think about Apakadus Gidamari, Katamari, Haile Selassie, Sim Exhibir, and we think about just that embodiment. And we think about the father and that essence, and it's powerful. I just left my father's house, and it relates in a personal way as well, but it's so much more powerful in that essence. And think about the tree of life, and we talk about, they call it the Star of David, whatever, and then we look at the light beams that's seen on the hand on the magnifying glass, and then you see His Majesty change the cross to resemble this image, and you understand that we were given our head back. And and a certain essence, like I said, I don't want to speak like in just so Rastafari only, but I just want to speak on that essence being heard on a large scale for me personally when I was listening to it. Give thanks.
Jay, Give thanks. Floor is open. Floor is open.
Yes, I just want to give thanks for the reason. I've been kind of dealing with these life, and I named my daughter my aunt. And so as you was reasoning and you was building on Adam meaning out of that of mem, I was looking at the Hebrew meaning of it, and I was just having a conversation with somebody who considers themselves a Christian, and sometimes a lot of Christians and even the people who consider themselves spiritual, whatever, they get boxed into certain concepts. And we were building on how basically before she kind of went to the church aspect, she was in the spiritual teachings, and then she went to discussing like how people in the reasoning in the teachings kind of like have basically how you can go to the church and get hurt in the church. She was kind of giving that same reasoning. And so I was explaining to her the same thing. Like if I was in the church, that's like saying if I go to the church basically, and I had this particular experience, I can put that with everybody. But what happens is that a lot of us miss the teachings, and we fall out of balance. We fall out of that ma'at. And so it gives this illusion of something that's not really there or whatever. But when you went into the meaning of Adam, and then you go into what the Aleph Daleth Mem mean, and then you discuss the doorway and then the oneness of creation, people just tend to have misinformation. They don't really go into the deep study of what these how things are connected. And so it just gave me some keys. That's all. It just gave me some keys that I needed to kind of like remind myself and just continue to build on just the connections between the religious aspect and the spiritual aspect, because we dealing with people who we got to be able to speak their language in a sense.
Yes.
So if you don't know the language, you can't really help them see, because they speak that language and they block themselves out, and we do the same thing to ourselves. So I just give thanks for the reasoning.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. Floor is open. Floor is open. Yaqub and Ma'at are reflective science. We are restoring the science, the knowledge of the temple. There, the Father is restored to the value and a keeper and defender of the temple of the Most High, which is I and I. We, the children of the sun, the children of the stars. This is the gift given to us by His Majesty when we are restored to our own government, given the liberties to read, define. See, our Constitution tells us to save ourselves from annihilation, but not only save ourselves from annihilation. Listen, listen, listen. Listen. To promote love. So the EWF is supposed to be the place of love. That means all of the religions and teachings, we're supposed to show them as through the leadership of His Majesty, because His Majesty's spiritual trod was the Tawido, which is oneness. So the joy and the love that people should receive when they come towards the EWF is that we are speakers of the good news, which is our oneness under the red, gold, and green, where we are not divided from the east to the west, the north to the south. So it is to promote love and goodwill among Ethiopians at home and abroad. and thereby to maintain the integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia. So you hear the word sovereignty, people get scared of that word. To disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture. What was our ancient culture? Because Ethiopia has an ancient culture. But when you go to that ancient Kushite Ethiopian empire, you're talking about a culture that expands 3 continents, that spans from India, China, America, all throughout the world. You're talking about the Axumite, the Phoenicians. You're talking about Kush. You're talking about Tamiria or Tamaria, which is Tamarica. Or then you're talking about from the east to the west, which is Joktan dynasty, the Yucatans. Ethiopia, our ancient Ethiopian culture. Among its members, to correct abuses, relieve oppression, and carve for ourselves and our posterity a destiny comparable with our idea of perfect manhood and God's purpose in creating us. So, why did God create us? See, so it ain't just, yeah, you restore to a government, but you restore to a government to remember also why God created you and to restore that and to disseminate that ancient knowledge that reaffirms the truth of your nature. And this allows you to be a true loving being where you don't speak division, you only see oneness. So let's go a little deeper today. You know, anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Floor is open before we go to this, because we're gonna touch on some other things. Okay, all right. So we gonna touch a topic. I'm gonna ask some people question first. A lot of you, when you read the Bible and biblical stories, there was a repeat of something that always happened in most of the stories. And it was usually the patriarch or so on forth would meet the women that they were destined to marry or would become the new next tribe or so forth. Where would they usually meet the women? Anyone got an idea? Somebody ever? Because I want to know how deep you thought about this. And what did it mean to you? Because it's a key to a lot of the theoryisms that are placed into the stories that are missed without the ancient Ethiopian cultures. So, where do most of the patriarchs meet women at? Anyone?
Yes, sir. Is it at their father's house?
Okay, their father's house. Okay, all right, but a little more detail at their father's house. Where? Anyone? There's usually a repeat in most of the stories.
You talk. Can you saying? Well, can you repeat the question? The question was, where do most people meet their wife or their?
Let's say, where did Moses meet his wife at? Just make it simple. I do a simple search. Anybody remember?
Is it near water?
Okay, all right. You're right. You're exactly right. What kind? What do they say about the water? Where's usually at? What do they call the place? Anyone? They usually meet them at a well, at water, at the water holes. Now, I ain't gonna go all the way into some of the science of that because um, our brother who's not here today, Ross Cipher, has a beautiful, detailed star knowledge on what The water holes, the wells are also in astrology. But in mostly all of your main biblical stories, the biblical patriarchs, such as Moses and Isaac, they meet the women at a water hole, at a well. Let's look at this in a little more detail. Now, you ever wondered what that would mean? Why that's always a regular occurrence? Anyone? Anybody?
Does it have to do with knowledge?
Okay. Well, let's read a little bit more. Let's get it. Let's make sure everybody's familiar with some of the things. Um, I'll read a little bit here to help us get some insight. In the Bible, brides are often met at the wells. In this sense, Photinia represents the bride of Christ, the church. It's a little bit about the lady they were starting the story off, but I just want to get the build out of the Bible. Her meeting the Lord Jesus points to a wedding feast of the Lamb when Christ returns as the bridegroom. Many biblical figures met their wives at the wells. Abraham met his cousin bride, Keturah, at the well of Beersheba. Moses met his cousin's wife. Now they say cousin's wife, at a well in Midian. Abraham's servant found a cousin bride for Isaac at the well of Padam Aram. Now, I want to go into these names so bad, but that's gonna take a little minute. So, but we're gonna just keep going through this first. See, Caesarius of Aries spoke of this in one of his sermons. Therefore, blessed Jacob, as you have heard, went into Mesopotamia to take a wife. When he had come to a certain well, he saw Rachel coming with her father's sheep. After he recognized her as his cousin, he kissed her as soon as the flock was supplied with water. If you notice carefully, brothers, you can recognize that it was not without reason that the holy patriarchs found their wives at wells or fountains. If this had happened only once, some might say it was accidental, not for some definite reason. Blessed Rebecca, who was to be united to bless Isaac, was found at a well. Rachel, whom blessed Jacob was to marry, was recognized at a well. Zipporah, who was joined to Moses, was found at a well. The list of ruler priest, king priest, ruler priest, king priest, ruler priest, daughters who were first approached at a well includes. And you see all these women, these queens, these sisters are royal lineage now. Keturah, Rebecca, Rachel, Zipporah, Asenath, Tamara. All these women grew up around shrines where their father served as priest. Asenath's father was a priest of the Egyptian shrine at Heliops, or the city of Anu, the city of on the Nile. Zipporah's father was a priest of the shrine in Negev. Tamara's father is identified in the Targum, or the pseudo-Jonathan, book of Jonathan, as a priest of Shem of Melchizedek. This explains why Tamar was to be stoned to death. According to Leviticus 21:9, a priest's daughter guilty of prostitution or adultery was to be executed by this means. These daughters of priests were women of high rank, but they did not live pampered lives. Zipporah was drawing water for her father's livestock when she met Moses. Rebekah was likewise engaged when Abraham's servants arrived to contract marriage between her and Isaac. Note that most of these priestly daughters had two principal sons. Two principal sons, two pillars. The firstborn son was the proper heir, but the younger son receives a position of priority or familiar blessing. It was common for the descendants of these sons to intermarry caste endogamy. Their descendants claim both sons and their wives as their common ancestors. This is how they put it. So you're looking at this story and you're saying, wow, the Bible is repeating to show where the science goes at. If they repeat a pattern, that's a science, that's a cycle, that's a nature. That's repeating throughout the timeline. So that means people are popping up in the essence who represent a certain science. So you say, darn, all these women, and their father's a royal king or ruler priest. And all of the patriarchs of Israel seek to marry him. Now, they try to allude like these are always their cousins and so forth, but we know Zipporah. We know Asenath, and Asenath was the daughter of a priest of Egypt. So why is these lineages? What are these lineages? So we see the well, and the well, it's a deep thing now. So let's go a little further. Let's go a little further. Let's touch something first. So again, this is the Ethiopian's Kings list provided to supplied to Mr. Ray in 1914 by Haile Selassie. In this Kings list, we start with this name Ori, Aram, which is very important. Aram becomes very important throughout all of the texts from the Bible to the Quran in certain aspects. You have Abram, Hiram, see, so there is a constant Amram. Allah placed the nation of Amram above all others. So there is an encodement attached to this. But what we're going to do is we're going to go somewhere to a first name. We just want to look at something so we can start getting the minds on a certain level with this. So, time. Cool. All right. So, you see here you have what is called the Agdasyan dynasty, a posterity of the kingdom of Joktan. So this is one of the dynasties of the Ethiopian's kings list. And it begins with Abunus Saba II. in the Ethiopian's kings list. But now look what his name is. The name Saba or Sheba in this list of kings or posterities of Joktan harks back to the famous king Absham's titles Saba. Now, this word Abshams is very important too, because when you get into Islam, you'll find out how that connects even with the Prophet Muhammad in later on times, which is a title of Saba of the same line who ruled Egypt shortly after the inundation. The Absham equals Sem-Erket of Egypt's dynasty, the first dynasty. Ain't that something now? So this is the Ethiopian king that represents a dynastical period. So let's see, I think I got this open. So Sem-Erket is the Horus name of an early Egyptian king who ruled during the first dynasty. This ruler became known through a tragic legend handed down by the historian Matheno. Now you gotta pay attention to Matheno in him, who reported that calamity of some sort occurred during Semerket's reign. The archaeological records seem to support the view that Semerket had a difficult time as king, and some early archaeologists questioned the legitimacy of Semerket's succession to the Egyptian throne. So this is how they try to do it. But look what happens. First, they don't say it here. Sometimes they try to give him a short reign of 12 years. Manthino named Semerket or Semepessus and credited him with a reign of, they did 18 years, while the royal canon of Turin credited him with an a plausibly long reign of 72 years. Egyptologists and historians now consider both statements as exaggerations and credit Semerket with a reign of 8.5 years. See, this evaluation is based on Cairo store inscriptions where the complete reign of Semerket has been recorded. And additionally, they point to archaeological records which strengthen the view that Semerket had a relatively short reign. Now, give you some imagery and pictures. Semerket is well attested in archaeological records. His name appears in inscriptions on vessels made of schists, alabaster, breccia, marble. His name is also preserved on ivory tags, earthen jar seals. Objects bearing Semerket's name and titles come from Abydos, Saqqara, Semerket Serek's name is commonly translated as a companion of the divine community, a companion of the divine community. Very important with those words, or thoughtful friend. The later translation is questioned by many scholars since the hieroglyph Ket normally was the symbol for body or divine community. Okay? Semerket, a divine community. Who's the divine community? Where he come from? Where does divine cat? Where is the divine community at? Semerket's birth name is more problematic. Any artifact showing his birth name curiously lack any artistic details of the used hieroglyphic sign. A walking man with a waving cloak or skirt, a nymph's headdress, and a long plain stick in his hand. And the reading and meanings of this special sign is disputed since it doesn't appear in this form before association with King Semerket. Indeed, the hieroglyphic of the cloaked man is extremely rare. It appears only twice in relief inscriptions depicted ceremony precisions of priests and standard bearers. When they say standard bearers, cup bearers. Cup bearers is a royal title. So uh, one of the best books to read to get the understanding of that language is The Two Babylons. Um, Egyptologists such as Toby Wilkerson, Bernhard Gilson, and Jacques Call read Eerie Nature meaning the divine guardian. During the Old Kingdom period, this word is written with the unilateral sign of a Niger flag and a human eye. Nearby, the ideogram of the man. Some contemporary ivory tags show Nebti's name written with the single eye symbol only. Thus, the scholars also read Semaket's throne known as Irie, meaning guardian, and Nebti, not named as Irie Nebeti, meaning guardian of the two ladies. The two ladies. This reconstruction is strengthened by the observation that Semaket was the first king using Nepti title in its ultimate form. For unknown reasons, Semaket did not use Nebu title of his predecessors. It seems that he felt connected with the two ladies, a title referring to the goddess Nekbet and Wajed, the patron deities of ancient Egyptians who were worshipped by all after the unifications of the two parts, the Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. The Nebuti title, in turn, was thought to function as an addition to the Nesut or Biti title. His phenomenon is Nesut Biti Nepti Ari, the Nesut Biti Ari, meaning king of Upper and Lower Egypt. He is of the two ladies, he who belongs to them, or he who the two ladies guards. So I'm gonna come right back to this, but I gotta do this. So this is Wajed, the symbol of Wajed. The Wajed, known to the Greeks world as Untu or the Buntu, among other renderings include the Wajet or the Unjet or the Unjo. Originally, the ancient Egyptians' local goddess of the city of Det, Ubuntu, the Lower Egypt, which was an important site in prehistoric Egypt. Wajet's worship originally started in pre-dynastic period, but evolved over time from local goddess to Patreon goddess. Wajet was closely associated in the ancient Egyptians' religions with the Eye of Ra, the Eye of Horus symbols. Each powerful protective deities, the hieroglyphs for her eye is shown below. Sometimes two are shown in the sky of religious images. There is little consensus on which eye is truly tied to Wajed, as both have some importance to her. The main difference between her eyes are which the side of the face they are on, left or right. The colors of these eyes and amulets and ceramics are usually created in vibrant blue and green colors, which resemble the goddess name of the green one. Remember, the green one is Asa, also Kadia, Al Kadia, which is Melchizedek. The green Wajed eye amulet found in the Egyptians' daily life provided a token of fertility and the protection of those who had them. The name Wajed is derived from the term for the symbol of her domain, Egypt, and the papyrus. The hieroglyph differs from those of the green crown or the deseret of the Lower Egypt only by the term determinative, which in the case of the crown was a picture of the green crown. In the case of the goddess, a rearing cobra. The translation in various eyes, the Wajed is associated with the Wajet, refers to the name, the intact ones. Wajed's name ends with T, signifying her being a feminine presence rather than a male presence. In some claims, she is the other names of the Wajed. So the intact ones, the Wajed, the serpent, the cobra. Very important. Very important. Yeah. Let's go to the next one. Now, Ethiopia had a time period before the rulership or before it turned over into Christianity, or what they call the Christian construct. And if you read this story, you hear what is called the Serpent Kings, the Waninabas in Ethiopian mythology. And this is before the Solomonic dynasty. So this is Aksamites now. All right. The myth is part of a wider tradition of a serpent or dragon kings, such as the Babylonian dragon. So four parallel illustrations, the Ari account for a larger painting, an anonymous Ethiopian painting. General outline. The veneration of Ari was widespread, predates Christianity in Ethiopia, which became a state religion under Izana of Aksum. In the early 4th century, Ari, the wild beast in Ge'ez, is a snake king who rules for 400 years over the land, that is to become Ethiopia. He is the great serpent. The Ari is not beyond the hill, for the hill you see is Ari, to whom humans must sacrifice their virgin daughters and cattle to calm his endless hunger. He reigns with terror until he is defeated by a man who becomes the next ruler of the land, and his daughter becomes queen of Sheba, and then the mother of Menelik. So you witness to a switching of power and a changing of tradition. But in the tradition, here it goes. It is believed by some Ethiopians that Ari or Wanabi ruled after Axumawi, who is the great grandson of Noah and the son of Ethiopius, according to the book of Axum. Ethiopius, who was the seventh in the ancestral line, is also believed to be the 12th direct descendant of Adam. So that means he's 5 generations after Enoch, because Enoch is 7th generation. So we witness to a serpent tradition that was in Ethiopia, still strong for years, and it dies, and a new Solomonic lineage rises up. But the seeds of this, oh, man, the seeds of this and how we get from here. Hold on, let me go back here because I'm not supposed to go back. So the seeds of this, we look at this name, Simhaket, and we look at this right here. Now, this is not a regular cartouche or hieroglyphs that's found everywhere. You know, in Ethiopia, they still play with the sistrum, and the priests still wear the robes, and the priests still hold the staffs. And there's a tradition that's still there. Now, we trace this name off of the Ethiopians' kings list, and it contests to the first dynasty. And, you know, Europeans, as we see, they fight certain connections that they don't want to make. So when you get to where they're looking at this dynasty, they're not going to never tell you it's traced back to Ethiopia, even though we just traced it from Ethiopia. So let's go a little bit further, and then we're going to go to what this being a first dynasty. What does it mean? Scribes and priests of the Ramsey era were also confused because of the archaic endogram that was used during the Simmaket's lifetime and was very similar to the sign of an old man with a walking stick. This had been read as Simshu or Sim, meaning the eldest. It was used as a title identifying someone as the head of the house. Due to this uncertainty, it seems that the compilers of the Abydos Kings list simply tried to imitate the original figure, whilst the author of the Royal Canon of Turin seems to have convinced about reading it as the Gardenier sign 819. He wrote Sim is unilateral Saturn in the Saqqara. The Saqqara Kings list omits Simmaket's throne's name. The reason for that is unknown, but all kings from Narmer up to King Den also are missing their throne names. Okay? So here in the Egyptian lineage, they even go further. Virtually nothing is known about Simmerket's family. His parents are unknown, but it's thought that one of the predecessors kings, King Din, might have been his father. Possibly Simmerket was born to Queen Beatrice. On the Cairo stone, she is described as his mother, but a definite evidence for that view has not yet been found. Now let's look at both of these names for his parents, where they put. So they're going in an early dynastic period. Den is also Hor of Den, or Duin, the Uden, or Dan. Um, Look at the pictures. Okay. So Den was first to use the title King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the first depicted as wearing a double crown. So I mean, in the common sense for us who are aware of the ancient history of that Kushite Ethiopian lineage, the Nubian lineage being that real Kemetic lineage, we understand what they're saying here because upper and lower is not a regular claim that everyone could make. Den Seket's name was Den Aduin, most likely meaning he who brings the water. This is consistent with his birth name, which was Caspi, meaning he of the two deserts. The Egyptologists such as Toby Wilkinson and Francesco Tyradites think that the birth name refers to the eastern and western deserts, both surrounding Egypt, like protective shields or lower and upper Egypt. This is in accordance with the introduction of the Nesut Beti title by Den. The royal title was designed to legitimize the ruler's power over the whole of Egypt. So yeah, they're separating because why there's a reason to do this. Something's going on. So the Den families have been subject of significant research. His mother was Queen Menereth. The conclusion is supported by contemporary impressions and by the inscriptions of the Palomero stone. Den's wives were Queen Samat or Simshet Ka or Serethu, possibly the Quanet. He also had numerous sons and daughters. His possible successors could have been King Anidjed and King Simherket. So now King Simherket is on the Ethiopians' kings list under the Kush, under the Joktan. So let's go to our basic point of reasoning to get us in place. We do it over and over again. It becomes second knowledge. So we're reading the study of the R1M173 haplogroup, document researched by our illustrious historian, our Baba Clyde Winters. And most of you, I would tell you, go buy his books, go order his stuff, go be a Patreon on his on his YouTube. He is like one of the last of our great historians like Dr. Ben and so forth. So please go patronize him. The Greek Roman writers made it clear that there were two Kushite empires. This is what's going on in history. This is why we try to make this clear. What's going on in history. That there were two Kushite empires, one in Asia and the other group in the area we call Sudan or Nubia, going down to what we call Ethiopia. The Greek writer Homer alludes to the two Kushite empires when he wrote, "A race divided, whom the sloping rays, the rising and the setting sun survey." So we have a division in ancient times. And second component, traveler historian Herodotus claims that he derived this information from the Egyptians. Now, who are these Kushites? This R1M173. The Kushites were also called Ethiopians. Ethiopia. So now we're looking at a history of division. Now, again, we stress the places that they call Ethiopia went all the way up into Persia. The places that they call Kush or the Kushites went all the way into China, India. So when we say Ethiopian, we have to think in the expansion of that Kushite Ethiopian empire. And now, what goes on in an empire? What goes on? What happens? And we want to identify certain things so that we can always kind of connect them. So we identified earlier that all of these patriarchal leaders meet these women at the well. And it's got a certain meaning. And each of them always have these two sons, and birthrights is weighed out between the children. So let's go a little further.
Hail, family, hail.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, give them.
Yes, sir. And one of our characters, which we talk about with these wives, is Joseph's wife, Asenath. And we pay attention to Asenath because her father is a high priest. And the angel who comes to marry Asenath, the daughter of the high priest of Heliopolis, to Joseph, the son of Jacob, a king and priest in his own right, first asked her for the honeycomb, which she's orders brought from the family estate near the temple. So Asenath brought honey. Then he has her to go to a pantry and fetch a comb of honey, white honey, like the dew of heaven. Taking the form of Joseph, the angel sits on the bed with Asenath while he shares bits of the honeycomb with her, saying, "Blessed are they who will eat of this honey, made by the bees of paradise. And whoso eateth thereof will never die. It is the food of heaven. Having eaten, the bride is told, the flowers of life will now spring from thy flesh, and thy limbs will flourish. Fresh strength will fill you, and you will never grow old." Then the angel rubbed the honeycomb, and the vast number of bees issued forth from it, and all white as snow. And they lit on Asenath, the queen bees, gathering her face and making a honeycomb in her mouth, in which all the bees ate until the angels dismissed them, and they all flew off to heaven. There were some bees that would have harmed Asenath, but they have all fallen dead until the angel stretched the rod over them and said, "Arise and return to your place." Then all of the dead bees were resurrected and flew to the court of the house of Asenath and lived in the garden there, where the angel touched the northern corner of the honeycomb, which with his forefinger, the northern corner of the honeycomb, with his forefinger. The mark left the finger turned to the mark left by the finger turned to blood. Asenath and her connection to bees, the bees before all creatures, the sponsors, inspirations, the guide of the trek. Da, 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 da. All right. As the creatures of pre-existence, the pre-diluvian world, and all but sole survivors of the great catastrophe, the desolate earth, the bees is the first to arrive on the scene and start things going again in the new world. In the first of all migrations, Adam and Eve were accompanied and guided by the bees as they moved from the garden into the dark outer world. The bees brought with them the primordial creative divine power, their honey, made by the bees of paradise, is the food of heaven. When our first ancestors were allowed to bring some of their original blessings from Eden with them, Adam bore the olive, vine, date, pomegranate, and nard. But to Eve was given the greatest blessings, for she was accompanied by her friends from the garden with their honey, the busy bees, whose henceforth labors were amongst the plants, and the trees made it possible to renew the vendors or the verdures of the former world in the new one, according to the one of the oldest Egyptian ritual sources. When they found the earth barren of life after the flood, the bees got to work restoring the fertility of the woods and the fields while busily producing their honey and the wax for the benefit of man. They were especially qualified to conduct Adam and Eve into a strange world because they knew the place from its older times, themselves being the survivors from the other and better ages. So this story of Asenath receiving the honey of paradise and her children. But who was Asenath's children? Who is this woman that the bees of paradise came and fed and ate honey from her mouth? She's a Neith. Let me show you what I mean when I say that. So when you say Asenath, it's Asenith or Aseneth. So this is where the root of her name is coming from. They just trying to go into it. So this is where the root of her name is coming from. She was connected with warfare, as indicated by her emblem of the crossbows, and with motherhood, as shown by the text that call her the mother of the patriarch deities such as the sun god Ra and the crocodile god Sobek. This is very important. So she's connected to a Sobek. As a mother goddess, she was sometimes said to be the creator of the world. She has also had the presence in the funerary religion, and this aspect of her character grew over time. She became one of the four goddesses who protects the coffin and the eternal organs of the deceased. The Egyptian goddess Neith, the primary lord, is Bera, her war goddess symbol. But look at her symbol. It almost looks just like Simaket. The cross and the arrows and the shield of the sheath on her head, the ankh and the wasp scepter. She sometimes wears the red crown of the lower Egypt. Neith. 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 In her usual representation, she is portrayed as a fierce deity, a woman wearing the red crown with the bow, occasionally holding or using two arrows. So symbolisms depict most often as the goddess of war and of hunting. And according to the Wilkinsons, her hieroglyph symbol consists of two bows crossed over a shield. The hieroglyph of her name usually are followed by a determinative containing the archery elements. According to Fleming Lothan, the symbol of her name is shield symbol, explaining with either double bows facing one another, intersected by two arrows usually lashed to the bow, or by the other imagery associated with her worship. As she is connected with weaving, the symbol is sometimes suggested to be shuttle. However, according to the scholar Arthur Evans, the bow of Neith in her symbol represented two bows in a sheath, and it was convincingly explained over the shuttle hypothesis by Egyptologist Margaret Murray. Further, in a research project assessing the fidelity of unpainted hieroglyph symbols, which polychrome hieroglyphic counterpoint scholar David Nunn found another object virtually identical position right triangles, certainly difficult to see as the conical cakes, though still positively identified the foreground objects with the two bows as a package, concluding no conclusion can be reached as to its exact nature. Her symbols also identify the city of Sias or Sias. The symbol was displayed on top of her head in the Egyptian art in her form as a goddess of war. She was said to make the weapons of warriors to guard their bodies when they died. As a deity, Neith is normally shown carrying the Wa scepter and symbol of rule and power, and the Ankh, the symbol of life. And she is associated with the Mehet Waret as a cow. Remember the sacred cow. That's the Hathor, the Het Heru. That's the Mary in the manger, who gives birth to the son daily, whose name means great flood. In these forms, she is associated with the creation of both the primeval time and daily recreation. As the protectress of Ra, or the king, she is represented as a Uraeus in the time. This led her to being considered as a personification of the primordial waters of creation. The primordial waters of creation. Now, and I read that because I want you to be familiar with these names as you track them. So did I check out Asana? I think I did. No. So Asana. So, all right. So Asenath is a very, very important story. But she gives birth to two sons, Manesh and Ephraim. See, this is where we go to the Joseph key. This is where we go to the Joseph key. And we got to get back to the father's head was cut off, decapitated. So, let me do this. Use of to give you the right words. So it's Tecton and Naga. So let's see if they both come in. The term Joseph, Tecton, Tecaton, architect, Tecton. So you want you to get what we're going to get where this word go from. Refers to Joseph, who is described in the gospel as Tecton, Greek for carpenter or craftsman, but that's not what the word means. And potentially also a Nagar, because a lot of y'all talking about YNs, and we getting lost with it, and we think they just started calling us nigga for nothing. No, It was a title we had bear too. Ignorance of them, because the Nagar meant master builder. Let's go a little further. Tekton, the Greek word is translated as carpenter in the English Bibles, but it can also refer to a builder, craftsman, or even a skilled artisan, metallurgist, various materials. The Hebrew term, nagar, is more specific term for carpenter, similar to the English word carpenter. That's what they say. Some scholars suggest that the tekton may have been used more broadly, perhaps referring to a skilled craftsman or even a master craftsman. See, so Joseph wasn't just anything. They was calling him not a carpenter. They was calling him a master craftsman, master builder, a hiram. They was calling him a high ram, a master builder, a high ram. This Hiram was builder of the Solomon's temple. So Joseph represents master builder. This is very important. Very important. Very important. Now, they say this for Jesus, and they say, oh, um, Jesus is the son of Joseph, the carpenter, um, the master builder, whatever, the carpenter. Jesus is the son of the carpenter, the master builder. So now you have to really study this, because when we say Jesus is this, then we have to keep studying the parallel riddles that are set with this story. So let's go with this story. Can we put Joseph and Mary, Jesus, mother, father, at a certain time? But according to the Quran, the Quran consistently refers to Mary as the daughter of Amram. But they say the Quran is without error. Astaghfirullah for you to say that the Quran has an error. For who are you that you believe that you can write better? Please write. This is the words of the Muslim. But in this very story, which we speak about Joseph and Jesus and Mary, it's very important, because this changes the power structure of the planet. It changes the power structure of the planet. But here you go with this Joseph story and Mary. But the Quran, for my Muslims that say, elder brother, there's no difference between us, what we in the Quran says and the Bible says. And we all believe the same thing, except for we don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God and Allah has no children. Allah is one, and Allah is not here in the earth and so forth. But then they haven't read the Quran, because the Quran doesn't say the same thing as the Bible. According to the Quran, Mary is the daughter of Amram. Mary, the mother of Isa, Jesus, Yeshua. Yahshua. Yahshua is the daughter of Amram. Mary, the daughter of Amram. The Quran informs us that Mary, the mother of Jesus, was the daughter of Amram. Let's look at something else. Let me show you something else. I opened it up earlier. I figured I might not be able to find it again. But I want to show you this. Let's show you how deep these topics go. Hold on. Got it. Oh, yeah. Now, I'm going to scroll down. Hold on. And just show you some things. I know you might not even ever heard these type of things said. Hold on. So I'll go here first. I was trying to find something, but I want to. Amram means the divine kinsman and is exalted, the father of Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. Amram married his aunt, Jochebed. This is what they say. Married his aunt, Jochebed, which is contrary to biblical law. He was the son of Kohath, the grandson of Levi, and his name frequently appears in genealogists' lists. And the Agad relates Amram was the head of the Sadehirin and describes him as a leader of his generation. When the Pharaoh decreed the death of all male Jewish children, Amram divorced Jochebed, his wife, declaring, "We labor in vain." His example was followed by all the men of Israel. His daughter Miriam, however, criticized his actions, declaring that his example was worse than the Pharaoh's decree. Amram heeded her words and remarried Jochebed, and all the men of Israel thereupon remarried their wives. Amram's piety is described as being partly responsible for bringing the divine presence closer to earth. It is also recorded that he is one of the four personalities. The other were Benjamin, Jesse, and Chilai. So you know those names, you study those words. They're Jesse and Jesse the Black. He died untainted by sin. So Amram, the Quran says Allah placed the nation of Amram above all other nations. Okay. Now, I was just trying to give you another topic where they also put Amram with Jesus as well. But the thing is here is how could Mary, the mother of Jesus, be in the time of Amram? If Amram is in the time of Moses. So are we saying Jesus was in the time of Moses? Is this what the Quran is telling us? Because the Quran deals with chronology, time correction. So the Quran says that Mary is the mother of Esau, and she is the daughter of Amram. Mm. Something, something, something. So what happens is when we get to this period, we look at this Joseph key here, and we look at this Mary key here, and we see, okay, Mary, the mother of Esau, in the time of Moses. In the time of Moses. In the time of Moses. So when we go in the time of Moses, let's just look at this. Let's look at some dates of Moses so we get an idea. All right, so it's 430 years between Abraham and Moses. Let me see if I can get a date. So y'all can see it. So they put Moses as 14th, 13th century. His time is associated with Exodus, liberation, and so forth. All right, so this is the time period for Moses, either between 1391, 1271 BC. Okay. All right. So we see that for Moses. I ain't even gonna close it out. Then leave it open. Let's go. Okay. So we got time period of Moses the first. They put it a little bit before the Moses time. That's what they try to do there. But we make it a little bit closer. But we fall into a certain time period when we talk about the Moses story that always leads us back to our brother, our illustrious ancestor, Moses the First, founder of the 18th dynasty. Now, everybody here can see the word in this name. So sometimes things are in plain sight right before us. Sometimes things are in plain sight right before us. Now, when we deal with Moses the First, it goes to studying Moses the First, founder of the 18th dynasty, and studying the Ethiopian's king's list and assistance with that. So we're going back to the Ethiopian's king's list. Now, we already started that the first dynasty in Ethiopia was touched. The first dynasty of Egypt has a titleage of Simaket that comes out of Ethiopia. And we already showed our king's list where that goes to. All right. So now we done come down to the 18th dynasty. And this is where they like to say that there is the Nubian Kush rulership that comes in power around this time. And they make a discrepancy between the different powers. But we just read on the R1M173 haplogroup for Kush that there were two. There were two Ethiopian kingdoms, and they were divided. and they were divided. Ain't that something? So now we can't study history like the Europeans got us studying history. We got to study it from our story. So now we get to osmosis the first. Let's go a little further with osmosis. Osmosis. Okay. Let's go back. So Dejahuti, the high priest, they have the funeral seals with the title Dejahuti, goes under Osmosis the first. Oh, they got Osmosis the second. I don't know why they got that. But it's actually Osmosis the first because Osmosis the second is actually the 26th dynasty. So that's the second time Osmosis' name was used in the 26th dynasty. So Osmosis is also known as Dejahuti. Dejahuti. So this is helping us track this Joseph Key, this Asenath, and why do the men meet the women at the well? Okay, so now we have Dejahuti, Dejahuti, Dejahuti. So we got to remember Dejahuti. Why do we got to remember Dejahuti? Okay. So with the Ethiopians kings list and they track the information, Ethiopia in the time of Dejahuti, so they gave the title of Dejahuti. So when they get into Ethiopia, they go to the 18th dynasty, and Moses is said to have been called Hermes, but Moses is also called Dejahuti. Dejahuti. Now, the Ethiopian have a story where they speak about Dejahuti becoming a king in Ethiopia, marrying the Ethiopian princess and everything. So they have their whole story as well. That Moses comes down, um, he's tired. They've been having a great war. Let me see if I can find the exact story just to read a little bit to you. And this is why they say he married Peori's daughter. And offered to put, see. So Moses falling under the Ahmosis title, Ethiopia gives you their king Peori. They also take you to Masafat. A tribute offered to Hasaphet of the 18th dynasty is said to be from Put and Aram. Aram. Now, we just read in our Ethiopian's Kings list that the first dynasty, Ori or Aram of Ethiopia. So now this is honoring still the throne of Hasaphat. So that means Hasaphat's lineage is recognized on a certain level, this 18th dynasty. But the thing about this is, if Moses is Akhmoses, going right here. So if Moses is Akhmoses, right? Akhmoses travels and he meets his wife, Akhmoses Nefertari, one of the most greatest names in Egyptian history. Not Nefertiti, but Nefertari. So you have Akhmoses Nefertari is the great wife of Akhmoses. Her father is Senkreteo. The name Akhmoses actually comes from her. This is telling you how the lineage of the woman gives the right of the throne. The titlage Akhmoses actually comes from her, because this is the Cushite tradition where the woman gives you right of the throne. So Akhmoses receives throne right actually through his wife. So if Akhmoses is Moses, who does that make his wife in the Bible story? If Akhmoses is Moses, the Dejahuti, Moses marries who? Who does
Zipporah.
and who is Zipporah? What is Zipporah? What did they get mad for Moses doing? Marrying who?
Ethiopian.
The Ethiopian. The Ethiopian. So Moses goes to Ethiopia and he meets Zipporah. Moses goes to Ethiopia and he meets Nefertari. Same story, same cycle, same time. According to Ethiopian history, Moses is the Dejahuti, the Akhmoses. So now Akhmoses goes down to Ethiopia and he meets Nefertari. And her father, Senkreteo, gives him power in the army to go back up and run the Hyksos out of Egypt. Now, the Hyksos are a mixed breed because they're part of our family too. So this is a bloodline war all the way around for claimage of the throne. Because there's a parent throne, but then the children all have kingdoms under the empire. So Akhmoses goes to Nefertari, Moses goes to Zipporah. Now, in this story, Nefertari gives birth to a son. And her son is called Amenhotep the First. And this is who osmosis gives his power to. Now, watch this. Okay. Probably say it here. Amenhotep falls under star knowledge, the helic rise of the sophist. So his birth and his reign is marked by the star mark. Very important. So Moses, when Moses goes to transcend, who does Moses give his power to?
To Aaron.
When Moses is unable to lead the people into the promised land, who is to take the people into the promised land? Who fought the wars and everything to lead the people? Remember, because the Christ got to fight wars, come back, and all kind of stuff. I'm just saying something out loud. But you, who fought the wars and who came back and led the people into the promised land?
Joshua.
Joshua. But what is Joshua in English? I mean, in Hebrew?
Yeshua.
Yeshua. All right. So Moses gives his power to Yeshua. But Moses is really Akmoses. But Moses goes to also marry the Ethiopian lineage. Akmoses marries the Ethiopian lineage, the royal bloodline. The royal bloodline. The royal bloodline. Nefertari. And Nefertari has another name. Go back. It's Nefertari. Let's look at her. Her names, her titles. So Nefertari and her son were deified by the ancient temple builders and everybody. Nefertari has titles that are sent with her and go to her. I thought it was right here. Well, Nefertari's other name is Miri Amun, beloved of Amun, the wife of God. Miriam, Mary, Miriam, Miriam, Miriam. So she is the Miriam Amun. She is the beloved of God. She is the bride of God. So when the Quran says Mary, the mother of Isa, is a daughter of Amram, and Amram is the father of Moses, Miriam, and Aaron, right? But Amram means a title. It is the exalted, just as Jethro, Zipporah's father, means exalted, excellency, the highness. These are titles. So when we look at our history, yes, Moses will be described as a son of Amram, of his excellency, aka Syncreteo. Nefertari's father, the Great One, who was also described as a master builder. So now the story changes because Ahmoses, being Moses, and Ahmoses marries Nefertari, the Miri Amun, the beloved of Amun. And then she gives birth to who Ahmoses gives his power to. Who does Ahmoses give his power to? They say he gives his power to Yahshua. Joshua. Yahshua is the Isa. But the historical figure is Amenhotep the first, the hidden name of Jesus, which the angels know, the Elohims, the keepers of the Anu, the sacred ways. Amenhotep. So Amenhotep is Yahshua. Now, let's take a little further because this is the Joseph key. So in the Bible story, Jacob places his hand on the head of Asenat's child with Joseph, Ephraim. Ephraim. Not Manesh, not the oldest, but Ephraim, the younger. And Joseph says, Jacob, Israel, why have you done this? This is my younger son. See, so Jacob was saying where the pearl will follow. Follow this lineage. Follow this lineage. So Jacob places his hand on Ephraim. You track the blood lineage from Ephraim all the way to the time of Moses. Now, Ephraim is a Hiram. It's a whole lot of things with Ephraim. But Ephraim is tracked from that time, from Joseph, all the way to the time of Moses. And that means the child of Joseph is Joshua. For Joshua is an Ephraimite. So when the story says Joshua, a son of Joseph, the master builder, the master carpenter, so its titleage is in titles. So you're tracking that, but then all of a sudden the story loops into a Moses story. And the Pharaoh knew not what it says. Exodus chapter 1, verse 8. And there came a time when the Pharaoh knew not the family lineage of Joseph. So why did they stress that? How could somebody come in power in Egypt and then they don't know Joseph? Because the year before that, Joseph saved all of Israel, all of Egypt from starvation. And they cheered him on. And when his father died, all of Egypt mourned for Jacob 70 days. That was following the Star Sirius science now. They didn't, that's science. When they say they mourned for him 70 days, they followed an Egyptian ritual. But then all of a sudden, there's a Pharaoh who knows not Joseph. And this marks the time period of the Hyksos invasion. These are time period markers. These are codes. So now you've got two kingdoms of Cush that are divided. One part of the kingdom has slept with the fallen ones, the Nephilims. And the other kingdom says now they don't have right to the birthright of thrones. They can't represent the birthright of thrones. So there's this internal war going on. And because of this internal war, those who are coming out, who are the fallen ones coming out of those caves, they're able to take a position of dominance eventually because of our warring amongst ourselves. But the point here is now to get to an overstanding here right now is now Akmosis, the Dejahuti, represents something in the biblical story. Because then, under this time period, they say Joshua was supposed to, or Yahshua was supposed to went up into the lands and conquered all of these people and did all of these conquering and wiped out certain people, right? Y'all always read that in the Bible. You say, man, if this is true, then the children of Israel, man, they murderers. And if these people where they went at these Canaanite lands and these Hivite lands and stuff, these was Cushites, so these were black people, so they was killing our people. So people read that story, and that's how they see it. But when you go back and study the history, the real history of the people of the land, right? Ain't no Joseph conquered nothing. Ain't no Joshua conquered nothing. So you look at these stories in the Bible, you say, man, he went through there and slayed all these people, these women, slaughtered the whole city. But you go study the city, sometimes even the place that they saying that he did, the city wasn't even around at that point in time. The city came later on. So this is how they start learning that. So there's something playing that's not, the story's not adding up. Then when they study the real history, they see that Amenhotep the First. Amenhotep the First. Amenhotep the First went up through the lands, up into the Canaan lands and so forth, and conquered back the lands. Now, how could Amenhotep the First be there in the lands and Joshua be there at the same time and they don't write about each other? Anybody believe that's possible? That me and you could be in the same place having war against the same type of people or the same areas or whatever, or taking rulership by power and stuff, but then we don't never see each other. So how could that be? It's no way. So when we get to the story of Akmosis, we get to the story of the Joseph key, and we follow the pearl. And then people say, well, Laz, you're putting a lot of emphasis on this Joseph key and Ephraim. Why? So we go one more. We go one more thing here. I gotta add to this before we go to this listening site. First Chronicles chapter 5, or the old King James version. I hope it's the old King James. All right. Now the sons of Reuben, the firstborns of Israel, for he was the firstborn, for as much as he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given unto the sons of Joseph. So the firstborn right is given unto the sons of Joseph. It's very important too. We're going to get a little further in this as well. The sons of Israel and his genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright. For Judah prevailed above his brethren, and of him came the chief ruler. But the birthright was Joseph's. Birthright was Joseph's. Hold up, Rasta. We hold up, Rasta, yeah. The scepter never leave Judah. Aya. Oh, what you talking about, Dread? Yeah, could the scepter now go to New Joseph? But the scriptures say the birthright going to Joseph. Lord, Dread. So Joseph is the key to the birthright. So you got to follow the pearl, as the Kibber Nagar said. So you follow the pearl through Joseph. And the birthright through his blood lineage goes to Joshua. But Joshua actually is Amenhotep. But Joseph actually married the princess Asenath, who was a high priest Cushite woman. So her lineage then becomes their lineage. Because we talking about meeting the women to the well. And then after that, being considered anointed, the holders of a ram horn. What do you mean, lies? What you talking about? So now let's go to something very important for all of your biblical main points. So Joseph, Asenath, Amenhotep, Nefertari, Ahmosis. See, that's the piece right there. So now you starting about Star King birthrights. Ooh, I went deep this time. I might have went too far this down. Let me back up a little bit. Let me go right here. Make sure we get us in line. Let me get us in line with it. Let's get us in line with it. Oh, uh, man, I thought I had a Menhotep open. I guess it's in the same one. So let me go back. So now what you get to is the Quran telling you Isa, star knowledge, star king, right? Isa, Yahshua, Joshua. Joshua, and Mary being the daughter of Amram, the exalted, the excellency. But Mary or Miriamun is Nefertari, who is Zipporah. But Nefertari gives birth to Amenhotep the first. And Amenhotep is one of the last of the star kings. He's one of the last of the star kings. So this is the Sothic science. You're talking about the star Sirius, the triangle, the higher, because you're a stargate, you're a star being. Let your heart stay light as a feather so that you do not repel your doorway, your stargate, and you always stay in connection with your soulmate, your star self, your chief, your child. So now we see Amenhotep fall under the star science. But Amenhotep the first goes up and conquers most of the land again under his foreign policy. He goes back, his conquest. They say he goes down back in the Kush conquest, but he's coming out of the Kush area, but he's going to conquest the certain areas back again. Um, they were he goes up against the Hyksos, runs them up out of Kemet, out of what you call Egypt. He goes all the way up into the Canaan in the Transjordan area, and that's called the Amenhotep areas. Amenhotep. So we're gonna go back to who Amenhotep. Amenhotep. What Amenhotep has to do with this Transjordan Canaan area, because we're explaining the wells. Why do the men meet the women at the wells? At the wells. So now we see Akhmos's son, Amenhotep, went back out and conquered back the lands all the way to the Canaan areas. So the people, after years, after Amenhotep, after Akhmosis, but they went and conquered that area, the Canaan area, they reclaimed it. And years after they reclaimed it, the people who were under them, under their leadership, under the throne right, the birthright, the blood lineage right, they became known as Hasmoneans. Now, why did they become, where are we attaching this? Let's go through this cipher of the words real quick. The family name of the Hasmonean dynasty, we stress this every time to you, originates from an ancestor of the house whom Joseph called the Hellenized form of Osmonius or Osmonius or Osmosius, but also known as Ahmosis. So the people who were known by that lineage that Amenhotep took up into the Canaan area, and they became Star King rulers. Star King rulers, I'm saying that. They became Star King rulers. They became known as Hasmoneans because they were part of what they call Ahmosians, the Ahmosian. So they were Ahmosian dynasty, but Ahmosis, the word Ahmosis, the ha, and the became interchangeable. And instead of saying they say Ahmosians. So they became known as the Hasmoneans. Now, this is important for you because when you start going through the study of the Hasmoneans and the Maccabees, you're going to run into a collision between how you try to take the right from the Davidic birthright, the David, into the Hasmoneans. For the Hasmoneans fight Israel, but the Hasmoneans were claimed as rightful rulers of Judea. They were the rightful rulers. They were the holders of what you call the Basileus, the monarch, the king of kings title. So the Hasmoneans were called the Basileus in Judah. So how were they this royal lineage in Judah if this is supposed to be David, Solomon, and Israel? Who are these Hasmoneans? Because they're coming off of that Asenath. They're coming off of that Cushite Ethiopian. They're coming off of an ancient tradition. They're coming off of those Elephantine Island, Egypt times. But they are the Hasmoneans, the Ahmosians. They are of an ancient house. So these Hasmoneans become known as the Maccabees. They become known as the Essenes. They become known as the Nazarenes. Now, one thing that all of them held under all of these titles as we get closer into the biblical aspects of this, all of them followed the order of Melchizedek. They gave titles to the Malachite Sedek, Melchizedek, the kingly priestly pillar, the king of righteousness. So when we track that history of the Hasmoneans and they come into their position, we're going to go somewhere. Let me see. I can go down here. They're going to tell you in the Bible story. Just to, so in the Bible story. So here you see it's the Seleucids. So the Petonius dynasty wants to rule over Judea. But there are these groups of last lineages who they call them Hasmoneans, but they're holding priest rights and they're in contesting of the invasion and so forth of changing their traditions. So Europeans have kind of taken this and because Hanukkah with the Jews and all of that, that goes back to the Maccabees, which goes back to the Hasmoneans. So they've kind of taken this to the next level. I was trying to get to they do Bible story. We got past them. All right, so here it is. The Hasmonean dynasty has survived for 103 years before yielding to the Herodian or Herodian dynasty. So this is your Bible story. This is your whole Jesus story right here. So before this, before we even get to a Jesus, now we've studied and seen that the Isa, the Ahmosis, the Amenhotep dealt with the Star King lineage. And we've been learning that constantly. So here you have a lineage, the Hasmoneans, and they have survived and they've been ruling for 103 years before somebody named the Herod comes in and they knock their dynasty off. But these people are ruling in Judea. Where did they come from? Are they David? Who are they? So now you have the installation of Herod, the Idumean, the Great, or whatever they want to call him, as king in 37 BC, and made Judea a Roman client state and marked the end of the Hasmonean dynasty. Even then, Herod tried to bolster the legitimacy of his reign. Why? Why did he have to do this? Why did his reign depend on him marrying a Hasmonean princess? Because she was a keeper of the well. So he tried to marry the Hasmonean princess Miriam, another Miriam. Why did they give him this name? Miriam. You got to follow the things. Gives the Hasmonean princess Miriam and planning to drown the last made Hasmonean heir at Jericho Palace in 6 AD. Rome joined Judea's proper and Samaria, Idumea into the Roman province of Judea. Herod knocked all of the family off, and in the end, he killed his wife too. So that told you how bad he wanted that throne right. And why was it so important for him to get that throne right? So he knocked all of the Hasmoneans off, including Miriam, so that he could have the claim. He could have that claim. Well, what was the claim that he really wanted? So the Herodian dynasty began with Herod the Great, who assumed the throne of Judea with Rome's support, bringing down the century-old Hasmonean kingdom. Who is these Hasmoneans? His kingdom lasted until his death 4 BC. Go a little bit down and put it in. During the time of the Hasmonean ruler John Hyrcanus, Judea conquered Edom or Idumea and forced the Edomites to convert to Judaism. The Edomites were gradually integrated into the Judean nation, and some of them reached high rankings, positions in the days of Alexander the Jannaeus, and the Edomite Antipater were appointed governor of Edom. His son Antipater was the chief advisor of Hyrcanus II and managed to establish a good relation with the Roman Republic, who at the time, 63 BC, extended their influence over the region following conquest of Syria and intervention of civil war in Judea. There are differing genealogies for the dynasty depending on the source, according to Sextius Julius Africanus. And Antipater, the father who was named Herod, and the Phineas Salamis writes that Herod's father was named Antipas or Antipes. It is Joseph who states that Antipas' father, Antipater, without father and delineating his ancestry. The model is usually accepted by scholars. Well, I'm trying to get to one point, but I read all of that. Uh, um, let's see. All right, so here it is. So in the New Testament, this is the story where you get to Herod has knocked off all of the Hasmoneans, and then all of a sudden they hear about the star in the east, and a group of people called Magi's come to meet, looking for the next star king, the next star king, the anointed one, the ram horn, the anointed. So Herod realized he had been outwitted and he gave orders to kill all the boys of ages of 2 under Bethlehem. So Herod's thing was to knock all these potential star children off that could be born. And here your whole biblical story is he's killed. They don't tell you in the Bible really how he's killed his wife and all of the Hasmoneans. They just tell you Herod is living in the Hasmonean palace. That's all they say. And nobody ever asks the question, why is Herod living in the Hasmonean palace? Where are the Hasmonean people who are of the Hasmonean palace? Where are they? Where did they go? So most of the time, the biblical story only tells you that Herod is there. He's ruling Judea. They don't tell you that there was a group of people who've been ruling for hundreds of years who had just been all killed and their blood lineage tried to be wiped out. And now here comes the story of there was one more star king. See, so in the ancient days, this makes it easy to sell this to the people because they hear their language. So it's being sold to them with bits of their language so that they can align with it. But it's important to get this because we want to get back to the well. So let's go to a special character here. And he's going to help us close out and go to a little video because we done did a lot of reading. And we want to do a little video. But this character here is going to take us a lot of places. So can I get somebody to read for me? Because I want you to listen to the language used around this name and how far it goes. Can I get somebody to read? Tell me everybody don't fall asleep. Ain't nobody can read.
I can read.
Thank you.
I'm on my phone, so it's just tiny. Let me flip the phone. I think if I flip the phone around. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Khnum, also Romanized Khnemu, ancient Egyptian, was one of the earliest known Egyptian deities in Upper Egypt, originally associated with the Nile Cataract. He held the responsibility of regulating the annual inundation of the river emanating from the caverns of Hapi, a deity embodying the flood. Since the annual flooding of the Nile brought with it silt and clay, and its water brought life to its surroundings, he eventually became known as the creator of human bodies and the life force Ka. Using a potter's wheel and clay, he fashioned these entities and placed them within their mothers' wombs. Often, his creative endeavors were overseen by another god. He was later described as having molded the other deities and was revered as a creator of the animal kingdom. Bana Bidjidet was the equivalent god in Lower Egypt.
Is the audio so clear?
Yeah, I can't hear you either, Minister Laz. Your mic is open, but there's no sound coming out.
Okay, that was me locked up. So I heard you get to Ka. So let's get right back to it, because this is important. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, I can. All right. Using a potter's wheel and clay, he fashioned these entities and placed them within their mother's wombs. Often, his creative endeavors were overseen by another god. He was later described as having molded the other deities and was revered as a creator of the animal kingdom. Bane Bidjidet was the equivalent god in Lower Egypt. Worship of Khnum spanned from the first dynasty and persisted even into the Greco-Roman period, when ruled by native dynasties had ended. Initially, his primary cult center was at the Hewer in Middle Egypt, while his presence on the island of Elephantine dates back to the early dynastic period. It wasn't until the New Kingdom that he ascended to become the principal deity of the island, acquiring the title as the overseer of the first cataract of the Nile River. At Elephantine Khnum, formed the divine triad alongside the goddesses Satis and Anuket. His religious significance also extended to Esna. Esna, located south of Thebes. Khnum's primary function in the inception of human beings was typically portrayed with the horns of a ram, one of the sacred animals worshipped.
Say that again.
Okay. Khnum's primary function in the inception of human beings was typically portrayed with the horns of a ram, one of the sacred animals worshipped in ancient Egypt, representing aspects such as fertility, rebirth, regeneration, and resurrection. He was originally illustrated with horizontally spiraled horns, based on ancient Egyptian corkscrew horn sheep, an extinct subspecies of the Barbary sheep. But his representation later evolved to feature the down-turned horn of Ammon in the New Kingdom, based on the extinct sheep subspecies Ovis platyara paleogipithecus. Khnum's imagery also includes the crocodile head, denoting his.
Say it again. Say it again.
Khnum's imagery also includes the crocodile head, denoting his dominion over the Nile. He can additionally be found wearing a tef crown adorned with 2 feathers, or the white crown of Upper Egypt.
All right. So, what do you get out of Khnum? What are you getting out of it? What are you getting out of it? Because it's an ancient deity.
Right.
And this goes back to the first dynasty. Where we read Simherket from the Ethiopian's kings list went to what dynasty? The first dynasty. Okay. So what do you get from Khnum? What are you feeling from him? Oh, go ahead, just read his hieroglyph. Read this next little bit, and then
Okay. The hieroglyph symbol Hemnum, often appearing in Khnum's name, is derived from the word Himit, signifying well or spring.
Say it again. Say it again.
The hieroglyphic symbol Henum, often appearing, and the picture's like a jug, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Appearing in Khnum's name is derived from the word Himit, signifying well or spring. His name can also be connected to a Semitic root meaning sheep.
Keep going.
Alternatively, the formation of the name can be interpreted as the beloved divine being. Khnum is.
Say it again, because we love Miriam, beloved. We love the beloveds because David is a name that means beloved. So you have to know where the root of these things are coming from, and the language is being repeated in other forms, but the titleages and the symbolisms are the same. So you've got the well, you've got the ram, you've got the crocodile. Very important for what we're talking about. Go ahead, read a little bit.
Alternatively, the formation of the name can be interpreted as the beloved divine being. Khnum is also often described with the term Ilmi Hapi, meaning the coming of the Nile. Additionally, he is called Khnum Ra, representing his role in the Nile cataract as the soul of the sun god Ra. Khnum's positions and powers are described through various titles such as the creator god, potter god, lord of life, lord of the fields, lord of Esna, the good protector, and lord of the crocodiles. Over time, the Egyptian word Khnum was later created to mean shape or build. akin to Khnum's divine powers in creation. His significance also led to early theophoric names of him for children, such as Khnum Kufue. Khnum is my protector, the full name of Khufu, builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Mm, 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 mm. Ain't that something? Khufu followed Khnum, or Khnum. And Khnum holds all of the titles of the biblical character. He represents the sacred wells of life. And the women always meet you at the well. He represents the potter's wheel. You know, what's the preacher that they say got in trouble with Puffy? His church is called the Potter's Wheel, the Church of the Potter's Wheel. You know, the symbols of the ram horn. You see them horns there? Same horns that Alexander the Greek wanted to put on his coins to claim birthright. That's the same people we call the Plutonius dynasty who came in and kind of took over under the Macedonians. Well, the Plutonians came in under that area and took over under Macedonia, under the Hellenized constructs. So now, when you look at this Temple of Khnum-Set, they say it's overseen by Hasaphat and Thutmoses. This is 18th dynasty. We just read about them in the Ethiopian's Kings list, Hasaphat. So now this ram is revered by Khnum and have been unearthed from the Elephantine Island. I know our president, Ross Kimmy, he does. I know that's going to be one of his bucket lists is to go to the Elephantine Island.
For sure.
I know that he's been there before. He's just got to go back again. So there's also evidence into the Elephantine Island. There's also evidence covers a tension between the staff at the Temple of Elephantine Island and nearby Jewish temple, arising from a desire of the Elephantine staff to enlarge the temple, causing detriment to the Jewish community. So even in the ancient construct, it goes even further back where they find elements of what people want to say is Judaism. So let's go a little further. You see that crown? Do y'all see the double plume? The crown with double Uraeus and the sun on top of the ram horn?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The lioness, Sekhmet, the lioness. All right. Now, we are learning when they say that they met the women by the wells. It's symbolic of a science and of a seal of a descriptive of a holder of a bloodline. So it's riddled. That's why we say you have to get the keys. So we're talking about a Joseph key. But under the Joseph key, we learn that the father principle represents a priesthood. And we just read that all of the daughters that met at the well, their fathers were what? What were their fathers?
Priest kings.
All of them. All of them. But then when we track people like Zipporah And we track people like Katara, Abraham's wife, and we keep tracking these people to Midian, to Ethiopia, to the Jethro, to the Ethiopia. Then we start to see, hold up, there's this Cushite element here. And it's not always given to us in his story because he's not trying to restore the priest head. He's not trying to restore you with the science of your life. He wants you to return to the ways of seeking redemption, hoping to be saved, hoping that someone is coming, but never returning yourself. See, but His Majesty, the King of Kings, who comes off of this lineage we're talking about, who was also a star king, as we're talking about, who was also a master builder, as we're talking about a new day coming out of the mud, a change, a redevelopment, a seed. He is also a ram's horn because anointing of the people has taken place. But when we tell people that the Hasmonean dynasty becomes your rulers of Judea, and we track that Hasmonean dynasty to the Ahmosian, to Ahmosis. And we see things of this image. And we see this image. And we see Alexander the Greek try to place the ram horn to symbolize himself as a ruler, to claim a blood lineage. And why did he keep going to the priest on the Nile River to be given a right? Why did he keep going to the priest on the Nile River to be given a right? Why was that so important? Why was that so important? Uh, why is he going to these temples seeking to be accepted? Why does he want to go before the great Hathor? What is he searching for? So let's go one more step. Hold up. So I can find it first. Is there any questions on canoeing and the wells, the springs, the symbolism on that level? Is there any questions on it?
Questions.
Yes, yes. Any questions?
So with the springs and the wells, is it a representation of the Nile Valley with the fertility of the beginning of the Nile?
I would say yes. They they are the bringers of life. This is what the women, the queens that are met would be considered bringers of life. Now, these slides do not come from my research. This is our brother Kwame. He does a great build on Saturdays. I would tell you the Ubuntu Nation is definitely a good build to go to. And what he did was he went and pulled the seals of the kings of Israel, the kings of Judah. You know, your seal, your royal seal identifies who you are. What do you see on this royal seal?
Two serpents.
Mm. Does that look Kemetic to you?
Yeah, and the sun disk in the middle.
Okay. All right. Look at this. The hymn crown on the messenger of King Azaz translated to ancient Israel, one people, one great power. What do you see here?
The ram's horn.
So Israel, let's go one more step. You remember this symbol? Remember they spoke about Semaket standing with the staff? But look here, look under his feet. What do you see? So just to give you that instance, again, this is not my pulling of the seals. Brother Kwame, Reverend Kwame of the Ubuntu Nation, um, actually pulled these seals. Very powerful and good work to show to many people that when you track the seals of what you would call Israel, you are only tracking Kemetic seals of Kemetic dynasties, the royal families of Kemet, which are the Cushites, which are the Semakets, which are those Ethiopians. So when we speak about the Hasmonean dynasty being akin to the 18th dynasty, the evidence is more than them. The evidence is more than them. And that the lap of the mother is the royal throne. It is the seat of the sun. She is the holder of the horns of Hathor, the Heru, the house of Heru, the house of the hero. The hero is the Messiah. To hold the scepter and the staff of the shepherd is a priest. That's why they wear the uraeus on the crown. Means it is a king priest. A king priest. And what do you see? The plume symbols. Mm-hmm. The plume symbols. All right. So now, let's go to our closeout sections. Let's get a little insight on Ras Khanum. The god Khanum. Hear a little something on him, just a little bit. Then we can go to
If the ancient Egyptians had a profession of faith, it would most likely have been, I believe in one God, who contains the entire universe, who formed it from his own body, and who manifests himself in millions of beings. In Egyptian theologies, Khnum was considered one of the all-encompassing manifestations of the panentheistic being, similarly to Atum, Ptah, Amun-Ra, with whom he was actually identified. The worshippers of Khnum, the elephantine theology, focus on what other Egyptian theologies seem to neglect, the creation of man. Although his cult originated from a male cult of fertility, Khnum became the one who combined male and female elements to create new life. He was the mother and father of humanity, Lord of life, life on which he worked tirelessly at his potter's wheel, creating bodies and castles, their vital essences. Egypt's primary birth god, whose cult women were especially devoted to, the fashioner, the potter who creates all beings. His hymns are full of literal, often surprising references to the advanced knowledge of the ancients regarding physiology and biological processes. The extremely popular Khnum has always functioned on the border between the great national cults and these local folk beliefs, also as a deity of the Nile, a guardian who knows its secret source, who manually regulates the floods. What's really behind the enigmatic image of the ram-headed god? Hello everyone, my name's Irena. Welcome to my channel Ancient Sites Girl. I invite you to a podcast about the history of ancient Egypt. Today I'll tell you about one of its oldest and most important gods, Khnum, who seems to be somewhat forgotten today. What was the role of this incredibly complex deity for 3,000 years? What role did his animal play in Egyptian religiosity? And what do we know about Khnum's followers and cult centers? To find the answers to these questions, we will reach, as usual, for original ancient texts. The image of the ram is omnipresent in Egyptian religious iconography. During the 3,000 years of the pharaonic state, the figure of the ram was probably most often used in the context of divinity, and not without reason. For Egyptians, it was a universal symbol of the most important aspects of reality, such as fertility, potency, reproduction, the waters of the Nile, fertile alluvial soil, rebirth, and eternal life. The pastoral societies of prehistoric Egypt raised sheep for meat, milk, skins, and wool. But since at least the Old Kingdom, these animals had another important function. From the numerous, wonderfully preserved reliefs of Pyramid-age mastabas, we know that shepherds drove flocks of sheep led by rams through the sown alluvial soil, freshly deposited by the Nile. The flocks fertilized the soil and pressed down the seeds. So very early on, rams were associated with soil emerging from the flood waters, which brought to mind the primordial land emerging from the primeval ocean, the Ben Mound, as it was called in Heliopolis, Tatanen in Memphis. So we've identified with the first land, then also with the cosmic primeval ocean Nun, from which Ben emerged. Rams were therefore associated with the waters of chaos surrounding the universe from all sides, and also with the main characters of cosmogonic myths, the great creator gods. It could be the solar demiurge Atum Ra, and especially his nocturnal manifestation, the ram-headed god, traversing the afterlife, in Ramessid times called Osiris Ra. It could also be a moon, strongly associated with the primeval ocean Nun, the primordial god, the creator whose hidden, mysterious nature was worshipped in Thebes, the capital of the Middle Kingdom. Also, the Memphite Tatanen was sometimes depicted as a ram, or more precisely his strange manifestation, the god shown with 4 ram heads, worshipped in Memdes, called Baneb Jedet, as well as the creator worshipped in Heracleopolis, Herishef, he who is on his leg. And finally, worshipped in Esna and on the southern borders of Egypt, Khnum. The rams symbolized the floods of the Nile, the source of which flowed from the primeval ocean, Nun. The floods meant new life, the rebirth of nature, and abundant harvests. The ancient Egyptians associated the process of cultivating plants with sexual behavior, and their ram gods with fertility, especially male fertility. Since the earliest times, since the spread of agriculture, a traditionally male occupation in Egypt, male deities of fertility and potency were to ensure abundant harvests. The harvest season was celebrated with processions of ethephalic statues of deities, such as Min and later Osiris, and phallic totems were erected in the fields in their honor. The hieroglyphic symbol of the phallus was used as a determinative for the creation of grain and for fields fertilized by the flooding Nile. The Egyptians, who carefully observed nature, noticed, of course, that the reproductive organs of rams are proportionally larger than those of males of other species. The size of a ram's testicles in relation to its body mass can be 25 times greater than that of the average man. The age-old cult of fertility was particularly strong in the cult of Khnum, as we'll soon find out. Khnum and his counterparts from other regions of Egypt were depicted with a distinctive, wavy set of horizontal horns. This is a feature of an extinct subspecies of Barbary sheep called Ovis longipes paleo aegypticus. It seems that these sheep became extinct in Egypt already at the end of the Middle Kingdom, around the 18th century BC, but their corkscrew horns remained an important iconographic element until late antiquity. They decorated a particularly extensive Hemhem crown, which was often assigned to deities. It combined Osirian and solar elements. Most often, the hem included the triple crown of Osiris, Atef, as well as solar discs and uraei. During the Middle Kingdom, a new breed of sheep from Asia was introduced to Egypt, the now also extinct Ovis platyra aegypticus. This species is better known to us from ancient statues. Its spiral horns can be seen, for example, on the ram-headed sphinxes that adorn the sanctuary of Amun in Karnak. Freestanding statues of Khnum also have spiral horns, while in reliefs and paintings he is more often shown with the traditional horizontal wavy horns. The ram-headed pharaoh, strutting or sitting on a throne, the most popular of Khnum's images, was created relatively late. In the Old Kingdom he was almost always shown as an animal, and this was the time when his cult seems to have been the strongest, with a distinctly national character. Khnum, representing kingship, was chosen as a patron deity by the ruler of the 4th dynasty, the famous Khufu, the creator of the Great Pyramid of Giza from the 26th century BC. Khufu's full name was Khnum Khufu, protected by Khnum, whereas his Horus name was Hor Madjedu, Horus the Smiter. So here we have the names of the early dynastic supreme god Horus and Khnum, who act as the chief deities of the kingdom, a role that would soon, during the reign of the next ruler, Khafre, be assumed by the Heliopolitan god of the sun. Based on fragmentary evidence, we can state that during the peak of the solar cult, which falls during the 5th and 6th dynasties, Khnum's position declines. The degraded Ram god in the pyramid texts appears as inferior to Ra, protector and above all builder of his solar bark, Ikhet bark that Khnum created, as we read in the pyramid texts. His high position as maker of human beings, their bodies, as well as creator of the life force Ka and the creative power shaping all living organisms, will return with the spells of the Middle Kingdom coffin texts. The word Khnum in the language of the ancient Egyptians means source, but also well and cistern. According to researchers using the transcription of the so-called classical Egyptian language formed in the Middle Kingdom, his name was pronounced Khenemu or Kanamau. In time, this word was transformed into the Coptic Khnum, from which via Greek comes commonly used today the English name, Khnum. It's believed that this word was the prototype for both Arabic and Berber names for sheep. The Egyptians themselves probably called sheep and rams the onomatopoeic Ba. In any case, the Egyptians wouldn't be themselves if the name of such an important deity didn't have more than one meaning. So his name is also a theological formula. Khenem means to join, to unite, which refers to the most important function of Khnum, the creator and guardian of all living creatures. The creation of man on a potter's wheel is a theological concept that has appeared in Egyptian religion since the beginning of written sources. At least since the Middle Kingdom, this idea has been associated with the ram-headed god. Khnum is the maker of all living creatures. He constantly designs, creates, but also supervises all life functions. He is the guardian of the living, the god of life or rather the personification of this very important function of the Creator God, which is to call new life into the world. On the columns of the temple of his Upper Egypt great sanctuary in Esna, we read, Great God, foremost of the Ennead, who assembled everybody on his potter's wheel, procreating Ram, who makes semen in bones, and bound the seed of gods and people, who creates the egg and enlivens the chick, who made the gods, who produces humans and begets all living things. For Khnum, bull with testicles, who assembles wombs, having created all that exists. As we've just heard, the great Ram god is endowed with the traditional attributes of male fertility, but at the same time he represents the female principle, his potter's wheel, commonly associated with the womb. Khnum is the omnipresent creative force, which operates through the union of the female and male elements, resulting in the creation of man. Using modern language, the process he directed could be considered the combining of cells as a result of conception and the further growth of new life, the development of the fetus in the mother's womb, as Khnum spent 9 months modeling a new being. He's entitled The Mother Who Bore the Gods and The Sole One Who Gave Birth to Mankind, Mother and Father of everyone. Like Atum, known from Heliopolitan myths, self-fertilizing and giving birth to the first pair of gods, Khnum doesn't need a partner to create new life. He is the procreation himself. It seems that Khnum's worshippers were especially fascinated by the process taking place on his famous attribute, the potter's wheel. Among the titles of Khnum inscribed on the beautiful colonnade of the great hypostyle hall in Esna, we read, The great potter who assembles flesh all around it, so it's affixed by hand upon the womb in the woman. Breath of life who unites with wombs. He who assembles within the womb, he made the woman give birth when the womb reaches its time. There was nobody else who might awaken you in the womb, who might expel you from her belly. I kept you healthy in the womb. I fashion all wombs. His tool was the main focus of the festival of the installation of the potter's wheel, held at Esna in the 3rd month of the season of the emergence, around early March. The most interesting part took place late in the evening, when the women of Esna brought real potter's wheels into the temple as a gift for Khnum. No.
Now, let's take this one more step, get a clarity here, and see any connections. Jeremiah, God tells Jeremiah to go to the potter's house. Jeremiah observes the potter shaping the clay on the wheel. If a pot is flawed, the potter reworks the clay into another vessel. God asked Jeremiah, can I not do with you, O house of Israel, as this potter does? Jeremiah, God emphasizes his authority and control, saying, like the clay in the potter's hand, so are you in my hand, O house of Israel. And the imagery conveys the idea that God, like the potter, has the power to shape and mold individuals and nations as he sees fit, even if they are flawed or broken. It emphasizes God's sovereignty and his ability to restore and renew. Restore and renew. Restore and renew. So when we get to the potter's wheel, and there's more than that. Hold on. Uh, Isaiah 64, verse 8, your life is the work of God's hand, just like clay in the hand of a potter. He molds and makes and even breaks when necessary, refines and shapes. God uses all things in our lives to mold us, make us, and shape us. You know, some of us believe we stuck in some of the crack forms. We don't think it can be remolded. We don't think the science applies. But let's go a little further in this.
Mary
Actually,
Magdala,
listen
even
to
the
this
French
again. We've listened to this
records say
before.
she's
Based on today's
Mara
topic, I really
Magdala,
want you to
Mary
get
Magdalene, Mary
that,
Magdala, Mary Magdalene.
you know, one of the places of Kanum is Saqqara. And you're gonna have to catch those and napta and so forth. But I want you to also think back to Miriam, Miriam, and the Quran saying Mary is the daughter of Amram, but Amram is in the time of Moses. And we track that to Nefertari. We track that to Nefertari being Miriam, beloved of Amun. And the Miriam, the Mary, the Miriam, the beloved of God, the beloved of God. So this is important. So keep that in your mind. Listen carefully to this, and we'll take one little look at one thing and we're closing out.
Magdalene, Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman, and created by God and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosopher, actually, people
whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much it intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes, you know, in all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kirufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Kirufes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Moana Mutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopians, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha Kapta, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum. That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the Great Kara Solar Brotherhood to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
Yeah. So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the great solar society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this great solar society was called, were called the Servants of the Sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle became the most important bird because it symbolizes royal, the royal soul, spirituality. You can see also this, the Germans
The Americans
use it, the Americans use it, but they don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
You see, for instance, even the word royal itself, royal derives from Ra, which is the sun. So it's only Africans who say we are the children of the sun. The Ngunis will say Sibelanga, children of the sun. The Shonas will say we are Karanga, children of the sun. And on Lake Victoria, there's an island called Ukara, where our institute, Kara Heritage Institute, takes the name. That island is also called Uranga. Ranga is the sun, or Ulanga, Langa is the sun, Kara is the sun. So that area, you find people who call themselves on that island Vakara, Vakaranga, Vakalanga, Wakaranga, Vakalaga.
It's all the same
Makalaga,
thing.
all the same.
All referring to people of the sun.
People or children of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where even the Egyptians, when they moved up, they established a city called Saqqara. Sa means land, Kara, the land of the sun. And the people who go to West Africa, they have a city in Ghana, Accra, which is a distortion of Akara, which is the city of the sun. And then at Mapungubwe here and Great Zimbabwe, they had temples, African people, before the whites came. The temples were called Akara, and then the Greeks say it's Acropolis.
Okay.
Even up in Egypt, they talk about Acropolis. And then the Arabs talk about Al-Akara. But all this means the city of the sun, or the city of the sun god. So we have better explanations of who we are, where we come from, how we got to where we are.
You've said a mouthful, but I want you to complete your thought. You're saying because?
Yeah, but you see, the materialist Christianity of the Romans, which is not about God, is about capturing people and promising them that if you believe in Jesus, when you die, you will go to heaven. And then there was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught because people will not obey us as the imperial power because they will think they have another chance of coming back to life. So they banned that. Now, when they got into Ethiopia, there was a church called Pa Laka. You can see Pa means the house, Laka, the sun. So Pa Laka is like Zaun, which they pronounce Zion, is the city of the sun. And the oldest university in Africa was the University of Anu. And then in the Bible, they call it On. And the Greeks call it Heliopolis, the city of the sun. So the sun is central.
Why is the sun central?
The sun is central because, you see, as an African philosopher called Lord Kem, or Tau Tau Harama in Greek, thought Hermes, he says that the sun is the visible God because the sun that we see doesn't have light. There's a sun behind it, That sun behind it is called Kara, which means spirit of the sun,
Okay.
or the divine light. So this sun is a transmitter of the divine light, and that's why all the African kings, or rather, let me say the sun, is called Fura, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, in the Khoisan language, Pariu.
Okay.
And that means the Sun King, or the King of Heaven. But it is also called Thobela ya Mashako in the Kilobedu language, which means someone who controls all the four quarters of the world. And that's why you have Radio Thobela. And whether you are in Venda or Haskukune or Ulobedu, Thobela, even when you greet, I'll say Thobela, which means I acknowledge the fact that you are the child of the sun. You are a royal person because you are a child of the sun. And you will say Murena, because Murena is another word for the sun or the heavenly being. That's why Basotho, they will say Morena Emuholo, meaning the king. The Xhosas will talk about Kumukani. The Zulus will say Isilo Samabandla. But Isilo Samabandla is the same as Thobela ya Mashako. And that's why African kings and queens were defined as divine or sacred beings. So we are closer to God as African people. And that's why we didn't make pictures of God, because we see God as a spiritual being, as a light being. But we have been given white pictures now. We think we are educated, we are civilized, we are godly, but when actually African people are not worshiping God. They are worshiping Europeans, icons. And then the same Bible, they say don't worship idols, but they've given us idols. In our churches, we have all these idols and so on.
How did and the question is probably, the answer is probably obvious. How did we get captured so strongly by the European beliefs? That was clearly, as you said earlier, to capture. It's more designed to capture than to free.
You see, when the Romans got into Egypt, there was a Christianity called Coptic Christianity, or a Gnostic Christianity. And now they felt that that Christianity doesn't serve their purpose, because it says that there's a divine spark in you, which is also called the indwelling spirit, the spiritual man in you. In other words, your body is really a vehicle for something that came from above. So you are divine. But they decided that that is nonsense. They defined it as paganism, and then decided that the real religion is that of believing in Jesus, who they said he died and he would got resurrected in 3 days. And that guy, Jesus, never even died there. The person who died was an African disciple of his called Simon of Cyrene. And Cyrene or Cyrenaica is Tunisia. So he's an African also who died. But that African, two clever women, they went to the grave, removed the corpse of that Simon of Cyrene, so that the Romans should not come and see that they killed the wrong person and start looking for the right person. And that Jesus fled to Ethiopia with his wife, Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. But the thing is that the Romans were a strong army, and they take a decision that all other beliefs are pagan. The only religion is what they are teaching. And they got a soldier called Jerome, who wrote the Vulgar Bible. And that Vulgar Bible was amended or revised more than 1,000 times.
Okay.
But they said it was the word of God. Now, nobody ever had tea with God, lunch with God. When you revise the word of God, what do you put there? Because God is not there. So we've been fed with lies. And unfortunately, the attacks of African people forced us to fly, to migrate to West Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, and all the time, now we were defending ourselves, sometimes even against one another, because it was a struggle for survival. So when these guys used the maps that they got from Egypt, maps which were made by Africans. For instance, we have the oldest map of 150 AD.
Okay.
150 AD, there was not even anything called Europe. But they used those maps to discover Africa. And then from the 1400, they started now going and so on. When they found us, they were going with their missionaries. And then they used the missionaries to soften us, to teach us. Whilst they are taking the land, they give us the Bible. Whilst when we are busy reading the Bible, they take the land. But now you can imagine that from 1652, when you are educated by a foreigner who tells you that what your grandparents are telling you is not right, and then you internalize that nonsense. At the end, you think that that is the only truth that exists in the world.
Now, that's a powerful thing. But he said a component about the cops and the Coptic and the flame and the vehicle of the body. And the ancestors said that you have this indwelling spirit. And that was not the goal of European, I guess you could say, that wasn't the goal of Europeans' Christianity or the Roman Christian agenda. So in the last component of this, I felt this was a very good sound off for the reality when we say we have to become more than they educated us to be. When we talk about restoring and renewing, one of the terms that you will hear a lot of times is called the Merkaba, that vehicle of life, the chariot. You know, they say Ezekiel went into the Merkaba. So the vision of Ezekiel is a science. And so when you speak of cherubims, the 6 wings and so forth, you're into a certain science. So let's catch some science here. Just a little quick one. And get a reminder.
Everything you've been taught about spiritual ascension is incomplete. Not wrong, just hollow, stripped down, sanitized for comfort. Because if you really knew what the Merkaba is, if you truly understood its power, you wouldn't just meditate, you'd awaken. You wouldn't seek enlightenment, you'd become it. The Merkaba is not a symbol, not an idea, and definitely not some abstract esoteric fantasy. It's a technology, a geometry, a divine vehicle encoded into your very being, hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. They turned it into a myth for a reason, because if you remembered how to use it, you wouldn't be controllable. You wouldn't need them. And that's the part they fear the most, not your ignorance, but your awakening. So why is it that something referenced in ancient Egypt, Jewish mysticism, sacred geometry, and cosmic consciousness is rarely ever spoken about in the mainstream spiritual world? Because the truth of the Merkaba isn't just powerful, it's dangerous to those who benefit from your spiritual disconnection. From the moment you entered this world, your understanding of reality was filtered through limitation. You were taught to look outward, at objects, at people, at gods in the sky. No one told you to look inward. No one told you that within your very being existed a structure, a pattern, a force field of consciousness capable of transcending space, time, and even death. That force is the Merkaba. But instead of learning how to activate this light body vehicle, you were handed textbooks. Instead of sacred breathwork, you were taught to recite facts. Instead of energy, you were taught matter. Instead of resonance, obedience. And so the Merkaba was buried, not beneath the ground, but beneath layers of distraction, misinformation, and a culture engineered to disconnect you from yourself. Because the Merkaba isn't something you earn. It isn't a reward for being spiritual enough, disciplined enough, or morally pure. It's your birthright. A divine tool embedded into your energetic field, waiting to be remembered. But the system you were born into had no interest in you remembering that. In fact, it worked overtime to make sure you forgot. Every screen you stared into, every celebrity you were taught to admire, every surface-level meditation trend you followed, it was all part of a spiritual bait and switch. Keep you calm, but not conscious. Keep you searching, but never finding. Spirituality became an industry, a product, a performance. And in that performance, real transformation got replaced by aesthetic. Depth gave way to dopamine. What should have been your most powerful inner technology was turned into a vague symbol on a tapestry, a logo on a yoga mat. They reduced the Merkaba to merch. But here's the part they don't want you to realize. The Merkaba isn't gone. It's just dormant. And the only thing standing between you and its reactivation is the story you've been told about who you are and what's possible. The Merkaba isn't conceptual, it's functional. It's a geometry of consciousness, a living star tetrahedron that exists within your energy field, spinning in opposite directions, creating a dynamic light body capable of transporting your awareness beyond this plane. This isn't a metaphor. This is physics, ancient, sacred, and deliberately erased from your everyday reality. Now ask yourself this: why would such a precise, universally recurring shape be present in Egyptian temple walls, in Kabbalistic mysticism, in Eastern meditative traditions, and in modern energy healing, yet never mentioned in your school books or even most spiritual communities? Because the Merkaba unifies things they've worked hard to keep separated: science and spirit, body and light, geometry and divinity. It bridges the left and right brain, the seen and unseen. And once you activate it, you're no longer bound by their rules, because you no longer need their systems. Most people aren't ready for this kind of knowledge, and even fewer are ready to apply it. That's why some things can't be said openly here. If you're serious about remembering what's been hidden, join our free newsletter, Insights Academy, via the link in the description. You'll also receive a limited-time copy of the Kybalion, a key hermetic text they don't want you reading. Because here's the truth: the Merkaba is not for the masses, it's for the initiated. Not because it's elitist, but because it demands readiness. You cannot activate the Merkaba and continue living in autopilot. You cannot step into your light body while still addicted to darkness. It's not just about meditating. It's about realigning your entire energetic system, your thoughts, your habits, your resonance, to match the frequency of divine movement. Because that's what the Merkaba is, movement, light in motion, a star in flight, the chariot of the soul, capable of shifting your awareness through dimensions the way breath moves through lungs. It doesn't require belief, it requires presence. And the further you drift from your own presence, the harder it becomes to access. That's why the modern world keeps you busy, distracted, and reactive. Every time you reach for your phone instead of your breath, the macabre slows. Every time you engage with chaos instead of stillness, it dulls. You weren't meant to live this way. You were built for something much more expansive, an existence where consciousness moves freely, where energy obeys intention, where time bends to awareness. That's the promise of the macabre. Not enlightenment as a destination, but expansion as a state of being. And it starts not with answers, but with questions. Not with gurus, but with remembering. You were never meant to fit in. The entire architecture of your being, your energy, your frequency, your consciousness, was designed to evolve, expand, and transcend. But from the moment you began to question the world around you, that natural desire to grow was met with resistance, not just socially, but spiritually. You may have felt it in subtle ways, being dismissed for asking deeper questions, being told to stay grounded when your mind reached for the stars, or being warned not to delve too far into the so-called occult. That word alone, occult, was weaponized. It simply means hidden, and the Merkaba. It was hidden for a reason. Because when spiritual awakening became popularized, when consciousness became commodified, the most powerful truths were quietly left out. You were given meditation apps, but not the sacred geometry behind them. You were told to raise your vibration, but never shown the mechanics of how your light body actually functions. The Merkaba was deemed too powerful, too complex, too uncontrollable for mass consumption. And so, mainstream spirituality became a form of containment, polished, safe, and toothless. It offered peace without power, insight without ignition. You were told to become still, but never told how to move. But the ancient traditions didn't teach stillness as the endpoint. They taught movement, sacred, intentional, dimensional movement. The Merkaba is not a state of peace. It's a vehicle of transformation. And once you understand that, you begin to see just how diluted modern spirituality has become. You begin to recognize the programming inside spiritual circles that subtly trains you to seek comfort, not truth. That rewards politeness over power, that packages awakening in soft colors, staged rituals, and language that soothes the ego but never cracks the code of the soul. And yet, the Merkaba persists. It shows up in dreams, in sacred art, in synchronicities you can't explain, in the strange inner knowing that there's more than you've been told. Because your body remembers what your mind forgot. Your field knows. Your cells carry the blueprint. The twin tetrahedrons, spinning in counter directions, are not just symbolic. They are energetic structures woven into your aura. Left spin, right spin, masculine and feminine, electric and magnetic, heaven and earth. When activated, they form a dynamic energy field that shields, propels, and elevates you. You become both protected and limitless, anchored and expansive. This is why certain teachings deliberately separate the mind from the body, the spirit from the science, and the masculine from the feminine. Because when you unify those polarities, when you become whole, you remember, and when you remember, you activate. That's what the Merkaba requires of you, inner unity. You can't spin both fields in coherence while you're fractured inside. This is the deeper meaning behind all true spiritual practices. They're not about belief, they're about alignment. And alignment isn't manufactured through curated Instagram posts or feel-good quotes. It's forged in the friction of transformation, in the moment you stop seeking validation and start embodying truth. It happens when you step out of the safety of vague spirituality and into the mechanics of ascension. It's not abstract, it's technical. The Merkaba demands discipline, not in the way of restriction, but in the way of precision. Sacred breath, visualization, intention, all calibrated to shift your energetic field into motion. But modern systems, religious, educational, even spiritual, aren't designed to teach precision. They're designed to keep you general, passive, unthreatening. That's why everything powerful has been labeled either dangerous or delusional. That's why people will roll their eyes at words like light body or interdimensional travel, because the deeper the truth, the more aggressively it must be mocked to remain hidden. That ridicule is strategic. Because the Merkaba doesn't just unlock travel, it unlocks memory of who and what you are, beyond the veil, beyond the roles, beyond the scripts you've been given. This is why awakening isn't comfortable, because it asks you to dismantle not just your social conditioning, but your spiritual limitations. You're not just unplugging from media and belief systems, you're unplugging from an identity that was never yours to begin with. And once you do, once you start activating the Merkaba field within you, everything begins to shift. Your perceptions, your dreams, your body itself starts to respond differently to reality. The veil lifts, not all at once, but in pulses, revealing layer by layer that you were never just a body, never just a mind. You were always something more. And the Merkaba isn't the destination, it's the key to the map you've carried within you this entire time. They hid the truth in plain sight. Not underground, not in vaults or classified archives, but right in front of you, disguised as myth, reduced to metaphor. The Merkaba appears across cultures, eras, and continents, etched into ancient temples, woven into mystic texts, encoded in sacred art. Yet despite its global presence, most people have never heard of it. That's not a coincidence. That's a design. The deeper a truth runs, the more it must be obscured to keep people from accessing it. Because if humanity collectively remembered what the Merkaba truly is, a multidimensional vehicle of light, a bridge between this world and higher planes, the structures that profit from your limitation would collapse overnight. In ancient Egypt, it was known as the Merkaba, Mer meaning light, Ka meaning spirit, and Ba meaning body. Light, spirit, body, a unified system of movement. It wasn't just a theory, it was a technology taught to initiates, encoded in pyramids and sacred ritual. The pharaohs didn't just rule, they traveled, not by chariot, but by light. They understood that the body wasn't a cage, but a conduit, that the soul wasn't stuck, but waiting to move. And this movement wasn't imagined, it was structured, a geometrical, energetic process designed to elevate the soul beyond this dimension. Thousands of years later, the Merkaba re-emerged in the mystical branches of Judaism, the Kabbalah. In the tradition of Merkaba mysticism, practitioners meditated on divine chariots, ascending through levels of heaven via ritual and inner purity. Again, the symbol wasn't just aesthetic, it was instructional, a star-shaped vehicle, a throne of God, a gateway to higher realms. But as time went on, this knowledge was sealed, passed only through coded language or hidden writings, buried under centuries of spiritual dilution and theological control. You see this pattern again in Tibetan Buddhism, Hinduism, even within Sufi mysticism and early Gnostic texts. Different names, different symbols, same core geometry. Why? Because truth is not owned by a culture. It emerges through consciousness itself. The Merkaba is not religious, it's cosmic. It's not cultural, it's structural. An energetic architecture that every awakened soul eventually remembers, not through external study alone, but through direct experience. The spinning fields, the vibration of the breath, the electric charge during deep meditation, those aren't side effects. They're signals, glitches in the veil, indications that you are brushing against the edges of something ancient and encoded in your being. But ask yourself this, why isn't this taught in schools? Why don't spiritual leaders talk about it? Why isn't it front and center in religious or scientific institutions? Because it unifies what they've spent centuries keeping apart. The Merkaba doesn't require belief in a deity, nor does it require a lab coat. It exists at the intersection of the mystical and the measurable. Sacred geometry is not just visual, it's vibrational. Each angle, each spin, each ratio corresponds with frequencies that shift consciousness. That means awakening is not random, it's repeatable. The Merkaba is not a symbol of awakening, it's a system for it. But systems are dangerous to systems. When one system teaches you how to escape another, the dominant one goes to war with it. That's why esoteric teachings were driven underground. That's why ancient spiritual technologies were branded as woo-woo, occult, or pseudoscience. Because truth in its raw form doesn't make people easier to govern, it makes them sovereign. And sovereignty doesn't generate profit. Controlled spirituality, however, is a goldmine. Turn deep wisdom into digestible slogans, monetize inner peace, and sell the illusion of awakening while keeping the mechanics hidden. That's what happened to the Merkaba. And most people never notice. But you did. Or at least, something in you is starting to. A part of you that knows symbols carry codes. That sacred patterns aren't just beautiful, they're instructional. That truth repeats itself across cultures for a reason. The Merkaba isn't folklore. It's a forgotten instruction manual for your light body. And every time you see it, on a pendant, a mosaic, a tattoo, you're not just looking at art, you're being reminded. The question is, will you remember? There's a reason geometry was once considered sacred. Long before it was reduced to schoolroom equations and dry diagrams, it was the language of the divine, the blueprint behind all creation. Every structure in nature, every crystal, every cell, every galaxy follows patterns, spirals, ratios, interlocking, forms that aren't just mathematical, they're energetic. The Merkaba is one of those forms. Two tetrahedrons, one pointing up, the other down, interlocked and spinning in opposite directions. At first glance, it's simple. But when activated, it becomes a dynamic field of energy. A star, a chariot, a vortex, a vehicle. And it's not just around you, it's inside you. Woven into your electromagnetic field, pulsing with potential, waiting for alignment. But in a world built on distraction, most people never even notice it. You've been trained to look at straight lines, man-made shapes, square walls, rectangular screens. Your eyes and your brain have been conditioned to recognize artificial symmetry, not sacred symmetry. You weren't taught about the golden ratio, the flower of life, the Fibonacci sequence, or the energetic implications of platonic solids. You weren't shown how geometry translates into frequency, and how frequency shapes reality. Because if you understood that, you'd realize something dangerous, that your consciousness isn't a passenger in this life. It's the architect, and the Merkaba is one of the tools it uses to build across dimensions. This is where science and spirit collide, and why so many traditions kept this knowledge hidden in symbols and initiation. Because to access the Merkaba is to understand the mechanics of ascension, not in a poetic, metaphorical way, but in literal, structural terms. Spin the fields correctly, breathe in alignment with the central column of energy, hold coherent intention, and you create lift. Not metaphorical lift. Energetic, dimensional. The same way a jet engine creates lift through thrust and velocity, the Merkaba creates movement through spin and balance. It doesn't just shield you, it moves you. Through realms, through timelines, through perception itself. This is what mystics described in ancient texts but could never explain fully, because language falls short of the experience. When you're inside a fully activated Merkaba, space feels pliable, thoughts feel magnetic, time bends. You're not going somewhere, you're expanding your field to encompass more of what already is. You're not traveling through space like a spaceship. You're shifting frequency, tuning into a higher station of reality. And you were born with this capability. Not as a bonus, not as a reward, but as a core function of your being. The fact that it's been suppressed, mocked, or ignored doesn't change its presence. It only changes your access to it. So how do you access it? Not through consumption, not through gathering more spiritual trivia or chasing the next trend, You access the Merkaba through practice, discipline, and internal alignment. Breathwork that harmonizes the flow of prana through your central channel. Visualization that trains the mind to hold the geometric spin. Intention that anchors the heart into coherence. And presence, because without presence, the vehicle doesn't respond. You are the pilot. You are the engine. You are the frequency generator. But none of that matters if you're out of alignment. And that's exactly what the world around you is built to do. Keep you out of alignment. Processed food dulls your frequency. Violent media disrupts your energy field. Addictive algorithms scatter your focus. Constant anxiety collapses your heart space. Every one of these things pulls you further from the state required to activate your Merkaba. Not because the world is evil, but because systems thrive when you're asleep. And awakening doesn't serve the system, it rewrites it. You weren't meant to spin in chaos. You were meant to spin in symmetry. The Merkaba is not chaos, it is coherence. It is the return to divine order. And once that order reactivates in you, everything around you begins to shift. Your body starts to heal. Your perception sharpens. Synchronicities increase. Your life starts unfolding in ways that defy logic, because you're no longer operating on logic alone. You're operating on resonance. And that's the secret. Resonance is reality. You don't get what you want, you get what you are. And when you become coherent, when your energy aligns with sacred geometry, when you spin your inner vehicle into motion, you become a bridge between dimensions, between realms, between who you were told to be and who you truly are. Most people don't even realize they're carrying blocks. Not physical blocks, but energetic ones. Subtle distortions in the field that dull intuition, fragment focus, and suppress the activation of deeper faculties. You can feel them even if you can't name them. That heaviness in your chest for no reason. The racing thoughts that never seem to pause. The quiet sense that something inside you has been switched off. These are not just emotional byproducts of stress or trauma. They're symptoms of spiritual fragmentation. Evidence that the flow between your body, mind, and energetic field has been interrupted. And if your Merkaba is a vehicle, then these blocks are like slashed tires. You might still exist, but you're not going anywhere. This fragmentation doesn't come from nowhere. It's been engineered into nearly every aspect of modern life. The moment you began to internalize shame for feeling too much, speaking too loud, questioning too deeply, you were taught to suppress your natural energy. The system never wanted you to feel fully. It wanted you manageable, predictable, grounded, but not expansive. And over time, that suppression compounded. Unprocessed emotions, unresolved pain, societal expectations, family conditioning. They didn't just affect your psychology. They coded themselves into your energetic field, layering static over the signal of your higher self. That's what most people mistake for a lack of motivation or low energy. It's not laziness. It's a misaligned field, bogged down by years of conditioning that trained you to disconnect from your light body. But here's where it gets deeper. These blocks don't just stop you from ascending, they magnetize lower frequencies toward you. When your Merkaba is inactive or incoherent, your entire field is susceptible. You become more reactive, more easily influenced, more vulnerable to collective programming and emotional manipulation. That's why you can feel drained after scrolling social media. Why arguments leave you buzzing with negative energy for hours. Why certain spaces feel heavy or certain people seem to bring chaos with them. It's not in your head, it's in your field. Your body is an antenna, and your Merkaba, when active, acts like a tuning device, filtering distortion, amplifying clarity, and shielding you from frequency hijacking.
Frequency hijacking. They decapitated the father, the priestly pillar. They cut off the head. took us out of the knowledge of ourselves, took us away from the knowledge of self. They encoded us so that instead of us staying in the law of Ma'at in a negative confession, our field changed and it became positive, disconnecting us from our higher self, our field, our magnetic field, our electromagnetic field has been thrown off. And we've been producing a lower being. We've been operating like a Yaku, creating a lower genetic being. The activation when we speak comes in sacred knowledge of what many people call the lion couch, which comes from an ancient Kemetic prophecy and teaching. It deals with the lion gate. This science many cite up in many ways, but it goes back to what we were taught now as an Anubis science. And many of us, in the citation of Christianity and Islam and many other things, but we start to learn about the resurrection, the restoration, the resurrection. And it becomes a component of many people are afraid that they'll be trapped in hell and this and that. And, you know, we've been living on earth and living hells in lower dimensional realities. And so many people, through religious constructs of fear of hell, you know, they reject certain teachings and they are contained in their fear. And they choose not to reach higher or become greater than what they have been trained for. So there is a science to our nature, and people have been able to dominate us, overcome us, because we have been operating without our head, our mind, our consciousness, our higher consciousness in the game. The priest pillar, the mastery of self, the master builder, the Joseph element, the rainbow code, which separate means the higher and the lower becoming one. Many of you call the rainbow the seven chakras, the activation of a chakra force. There's a science to our nature. And someone has taken us out of the science. They've decapitated the father. And last but not least, and I'm trying to see which one was the short one. We've already gone over time. I think this the no, this the short one.
Nations glorified the dead like the ancient Egyptians. Kings were buried inside giant stone pyramids. Mythical monuments were raised around their tombs, and rituals prepared their souls for a treacherous journey into the afterlife, where a powerful god of death guarded the gates to a utopian sanctuary. But who was the god of death in ancient Egypt? And why was this ancient civilization so invested in the preservation of the dead? The ancient Egyptians believed in the immortality of the soul. Its life on earth was only a pit stop on its journey to a heavenly realm called the Field of Reeds. In the Field of Reeds, the souls of the deceased entered an everlasting paradise, free of sickness, disappointment, and death. According to paintings and engravings in ancient Egyptian tombs, the Field of Reeds was a haven of agriculture. Through its heavenly gates, the souls of the dead walked along the banks of the Nile, slept peacefully under the branches of shady trees, and reaped the rewards of their lives on earth. Similar to Judeo-Christian conceptions of heaven, the Field of Reeds was a peaceful utopia reserved for the good, the just, and the pure of heart. Before anyone could enter the Field of Reeds, souls traveled from their tombs into the afterlife. Most souls traversed the treacherous halls of the underworld on foot, but many kings and pharaohs arrived on handcrafted ships mimicking the sun god Ra, who sailed into the underworld each time the sun set. Each soul, workers and pharaohs alike, gathered in the Hall of Truth, where they were judged by the Lord of the underworld, the god of death. One by one, the god of death placed their hearts on a golden scale and weighed the goodness of each soul against a white feather of truth. If the soul's heart was heavier than the feather of truth, it fell to the floor, where it was devoured by a god with the head of a crocodile. If its heart was consumed by the crocodile god, the soul ceased to exist. If its heart was lighter than the white feather of truth, the god of death conferred with his council of judges. If the Lord and his council believed the soul to be honest and good, the Lord of the underworld welcomed the pure of heart into the Field of Reeds. There, the souls of the pure would live and prosper for the rest of time. As Lord of the underworld and guardian of the Field of Reeds, the god of death played a critical role in the immortality of ancient Egyptian souls. Few deities in the Egyptian pantheon rivaled the god of death in power or popularity. But who was the god of death in ancient Egypt, and where did he come from? From the onset of the first dynasty to the fall of the new kingdom, ancient Egyptians constructed elaborate resting places to honor and protect their dead. To the ancient Egyptians, the desecration of one's body was considered a fate worse than death. If the body was destroyed, the soul was denied entry into the afterlife, never to enter the Field of Reeds. Many burial sites, however, were plundered by grave robbers, especially the tombs of the rich and powerful. Most kings and queens were buried with treasures from their lives, which would aid them in their journey to the underworld. Unfortunately, their prized possessions attracted the wrong kind of attention. Around 2600 BCE, ancient Egyptians began carving black jackals into the walls of their tombs to scare away grave robbers. These intimidating animals were discovered in pre-dynastic mud brick tombs, towering pyramids, and golden sarcophagi. But why did the ancient Egyptians associate black jackals with death in the afterlife? Jackals, or wild dogs, were ferocious scavengers that roamed the Nile Delta. In the early days of ancient Egypt, starving jackals dug up the bodies of the deceased, destroying ancient burial sites. To ward off these desert gravediggers, the ancient Egyptians made offerings to a jackal-headed god of death called Anubis, or Anpu in ancient Egyptian. His power and influence quickly spread throughout the ancient world. For hundreds of years, Anubis served as protector of departed souls, guardian of cemeteries, and immortal judge presiding over the afterlife. At the tail end of the Old Kingdom, however, Anubis underwent a profound metamorphosis, which began with the discovery of mummification. In the world today, the ancient Egyptians are most famous for two things: the pyramids of Giza and the mummies inside them. Ancient Egyptians carefully embalmed dead bodies to protect them from damage and decay, further displaying their respect for the dead. Mummification was revered as a sacred rite passed down by the gods. According to myth, it was invented by Anubis to preserve the body of a god pharaoh named Osiris. In one of ancient Egypt's most famous myths, Osiris was murdered by the jealous god Set, lord of war, storms, and chaos. Osiris was tricked into an affair with Set's wife, the goddess Nephthys, and their union bore a child. When Set discovered the affair, the lord of war flew into a rage. He split Osiris's body into pieces, locked him inside a box, and threw him into the Nile River. Osiris's remains were recovered by his wife Isis. She was desperate to revive her husband, so she brought the god Pharaoh's remains to Anubis, who brought Osiris back to life. Resurrected and empowered, Osiris descended into the underworld, where he became the god, ruler, and judge of the dead. Over time, Osiris replaced Anubis as the ancient Egyptian god of death. Anubis, once the undisputed lord of the underworld, was dethroned, but the jackal god remained a powerful member of the ancient Egyptian pantheon. Anubis acted as the right hand of Osiris and served as the conductor of souls. When a soul awakened in its tomb and read the hieroglyphics etched into the walls, it was Anubis who cared for them and guided them into the sunset. It was Anubis who ushered each soul into the hall of truth to weigh their hearts on a golden scale. Once the god of death, now the conductor of souls, Anubis was a leader, an artist, and a caretaker. How does Anubis compare to death deities from other cultures and religions? In Greek mythology, Hades, the banished son of Kronos, tormented the wicked in a shadowy realm full of monsters and phantoms. In Judeo-Christian scripture, the devil and his demons ruled over a fiery wasteland where evil souls were punished for eternity. Anubis, on the other hand, did not torment or punish the souls of the deceased. The afterlife was not a flaming wasteland or a shadowy realm of suffering and punishment. While ancient Egyptian folklore is rife with vengeance and ferocity, their rich mythology reveals, above all else, justice, preservation, and respect for the dead. No deity encapsulates those values better than the conductor of souls, the first lord of the underworld, the jackal-headed god, Anubis.
Anubis. Why is Anubis important? Why do we show Anubis at this end? What point of showing Anubis at the end? Let me see if I can pull it. The symbol in His Majesty's hand, the spear. I always try to make sure many people know that that is not what you call a Christian symbol. Some claim to it still today, because we see England try to duplicate this same imagery. The spear comes from a hieroglyph, a Kemetic hieroglyph that means SWAT, SWZT. And SWA is the wrapping of the mummy. That's the preservation of the Osiris, the Asaf. The holder of this symbol, this goes with the lion couch. And this symbol, the swath, the mummy, it represents an embryonic force, the birthing of an embryonic force, new life, renewal, renewing. And this symbol, which you see in His Majesty, representing an embryonic force of the lion couch, makes His Majesty an Anubis. An Anubis. So Anubis is associated with the sun, but it is the keeper of that gateway of the crossing over death and life. So there's a frequency, an embryonic frequency, an embryo. A seed has hatched, but not as just a plant, but in the science of us as electromagnetic frequency beings, energetic beings. A frequency, a vibration, a gamut or a kamut, the 7 notes. A frequency has been released, a seed into the energetic field. But for it to change on a certain level, at an impactful level, which you call global level, these are usually high rams, amrams, exalted in excellence, children of the sun, of the Het Heru, the house of the hero. These are usually the Nagars, the Tectons, the architects, the arch doorway, the king priests, the master builders, master craftsmen, who are able to transmit a force into the global reality, transferring, transforming the world reality. That frees the Merkaba of many beings. So His Majesty, November the 2nd, 1930, would only receive the crown, the coronation, if his empress was coronated and crowned. This was a restoration of an ancient Kushite tradition representing the throne keeper. The Black woman was placed back on her throne as the spring, the well, the royal lineage, the keepers of the sacred measurements. And now the traditions of the mothers summon the youth to be and not just to worship. The restoration of a science and the history of our being, all in one, all in one. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I used to, at one time when I started thinking in the conscious element, I said, that's bias. It doesn't place the feminine. They removed the feminine and put the Holy Ghost. Correct. So what is the science still of why it says the Father? And where is the mother? And if there's the mother, where's the father? And what does it mean? So we look at the law of Ma'at and we recognize that nature, matter is Mother Nature. The heavenly heights represents masculine, the father. So it's not a separation of man and woman, making man higher than the woman, because that's not spiritual reality. Because the spiritual reality is like showing to us the pattern in science. Atom is energy that can neither be created nor destroyed. But the atom is energy. It is what makes up matter. So there is no matter without atom. So the dimensions of the atom, the existence within the higher realm, is actually this physical realm. But we become disconnected in the very physical realm. Our field and our frequency are thrown off. So we do not realize that this is the heavenly kingdom, the paradise. You know, the life that we live, do we only seek to escape it to go to heaven? But when we study Kemet, this physical world is what they call the land of the dead. And this journey in the boat of Ra, this vessel, the ship that you are, the ship of Ra, the vessel, the ship of life, you go through many trials and tribulations that try to make you abort your journey in the boat of Ra. We studied and seen Kanun Amun Ra, the sun, the Kanun, the potter's wheel. All of these are symbolically one and the same. in science, in science, and even in hieroglyphic symbolisms, the ram, which extended itself into Christianity. In many statements, they use still the terminology of the anointing. But when you get deeper into the anointing in Hebrew, one of the best books is to read is Gerald Massey on Genesis. But when you get deeper into the language in Hebrew, it is the meshes or the meshat, which is the crocodile oil, the crocodile, the sobek. But we know one of the symbols of Canaan is also the crocodile. So when we get to the crocodile, we get to sobek. It takes us to the last ending of this chapter here in this study, is where they tell you the beginning of all of the three religions comes from a man they call Abraham. Abram, Father Ram, Abram. And in the story, Abram meets a person named Melchizedek, and then he becomes known as an Abraham. So we know in Ethiopian's King's List, we have Ab, or we have Am, we have the Aram, and then we have Cam, the Ham, Aram. And these two kingdoms became divided. So the story goes into a 12th and 13th dynasty of Kemet. And many people don't recognize that the 12th dynasty was all the way up in the Canaan, Jerusalem area, going all the way up into China. So when we associate that, then we fall into the Melchizedek time period in the land of Canaan. We fall into when Abraham comes into the land of Canaan. But as we study the Kemetic history, the 12th and 13th dynasties, we learn that they are in the land, and even into the 18th dynasty, when Amenhotep goes back. And so then we look at the Amarna letters, which shows us Amenhotep IV discussing with the king in Jerusalem, and how to send soldiers to help protect them from being invaded. So we have a history before us that was taken and based on the star knowledge surrounding these dynastical periods and these connections into the Canaanite lands. The booklet created the Q documents and so forth, many other documents that become what they call the Bible. And it encoded a star knowledge. And that's why we took the Joseph key to the Hasmoneans, and we took it to Akhmosis, and we took it to Amenhotep, and we took it to the Helix star science, which is star Sirius. And this star science is attached to the royal lineage. And so when you hear us teach about Melchizedek, and we teach about Melchizedek's son, Ethiop, which is the Ethiopian king, which also goes to the family lineage of a biblical character called Balaam or Balaam, who taught star knowledge. And as I always tell you, that's where they get the prophecy of Jesus. But the prophecy that Balaam gave was he prophesied the coming of a star king. A star king. The Council of Nicaea, the council, took the prophecy of the star king and they created Jesus. But we know that Herod had killed all of the Hasmoneans. When you get to even the story in which the people become known as Christians, it takes us to the book of Acts. I think it's Acts chapter 2, where it tells you that the people were being attacked under Aphenius Antiochus was attacking them. And in the city of Antioch is where the people were first called Christians. But the people prior to that were not called Christians. They were called Nazarenes. And we trace Nazarenes, the Essenes, connection back to the Hasmoneans, which takes us back to the Ahmoses, takes us back to the 18th dynasty. And when we looked at the seals of Israel, we seen the Kemetic seals. We seen the Kemetic seals. So we know that the churches formulate off of the Coptic, and the Coptics are keepers of ancient Kemetic science. And this is where we get our churches, and this is where we get our Ethiopian Orthodox, our Eastern blocks and the Western blocks. All of the churches form from the Copts. So now when we get into that study and we look at that and we study that and we accept that, then it is not a real contestation of fighting religion, because we see the transition through time, how the symbolism changed based on the frequency in the field of the population. And when the population is restored and they are activating their Merkabah, the consciousness of the people restore back to the universal Christ consciousness, or the Herus, or the Matian science. So it's not about arguing the religions, it's knowing the science in them and teaching the oneness, for the consciousness is being activated again. This is our living truth. So this is the truth that we are called now at this time to move in and educate the people in. Now, I done gone over my time, but I did want to play one simple little educational, well, I ain't gonna say little educational video, but I have to close it with it. I believe this is the correct one right here. Just to make sure. Yeah, that's all right. All right. So y'all bear with me. I gotta play one last thing. I believe this the right video.
Today I want to discuss on landmines to avoid as new ordinary adherent. You know, if you are coming new into Omenana, so Nibo, there are some certain notion activities that you should try to disabuse yourself from. If not, it will pose as a possible landmine or so. So you won't have disappointment. You won't be disappointed at the end. First one. So I want to discuss about these landmines for those who are coming new into Ordinana. The first one is what? Do not have the notion that Ordinana, there is a shortcut to success in Ordinana. You know, because of some certain teachings in Ordinana, like Emalo Chigo, Emalo Nayofa, if you make sacrifices and all those things, that all will be well, you will not have problem. The way people, you know, forcefully say these things or teach it, you might actually think that's the case, but that is not the truth. It's against nature. In this life, a wise man once said, either you are in a problem, or you are coming out of problem, or you are going into a problem. I want to believe in my own teaching. I always say that Emachigo Nandi is a kind of 80%, 90% guarantee that your chances of succeeding or besting a problem, conquering a problem, is guaranteed. Onye machie, onye ka na-ekwu oje wọdụ ka oje ọgwụ aga.
Hold up, I don't know if left or right. No, one second. I think this the right. Real quick on listen to things.
Some people argue that their religion came directly from God. It is not true. It came directly from God. Is it to you? That means to another man, and the man pens it down and say that this is the way that you are going to. That is man-made. Let's get it clear. It is what? Man-made. Welcome to another Women and a Series, which is Etobo Sigwe, Ezikolomo. Today I want to discuss on Ordinana, a religion or spirituality. Ordinana, a religion. Is it a religion or spirituality? Our people will say, onye relu enwe, jegolo nkita, ihe mmakpu ka nọkwa be. Onye relu enwe, jegolo nkita, ihe mmakpu ka nọkwa be. This simply means that one who went to sell his monkey in order to buy a dog still have an animal that lies down with its bosom on the floor. In other words, there is no difference between 6 and half dozen. This is simply because both dog and monkey are to a large extent still domestic animal. They are still domestic what? Animals. So when you are trying to dispose one domestic animal to buy another domestic animal, if any big and if a now, many Igbos believe that Christianity is not a religion, but a spiritual way of life. And also, some Igbos believe that Ordinana is not a religion, but a spirituality, is a way of life. I don't know what they always mean by this way of life. Which religion is not a way of life? Okay, let's proceed. You also hear some Igbo traditionally, they argue forcefully that Ordinana is not a religion, that it is a way of life. These two groups are just a typical case of Ndirelenwe, Jegolonketa. You will hear some Igbo Christians argue convincingly and persuasively that their grandfather, they were into traditional religion, that they followed them and all those things, and they went about with them
that they know much about traditional religion, that is too much of a religion, that is not like Christianity, which is a way of life. Now you see some some Igbo traditionalists, they also say the same thing, that they have been Christians and that Christianity is a religion that is not like ordinana, that is just a way of life of a people. Like I'm saying, this is a classic case of onye lele jegolonketa. The truth remains that Christianity, ordinary, Islam, Buddhism, Shintoism, Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Confucianism, Scientology, Church of Satan, name it all. All of them are all what? Religions. Ordinary is a religion. Christianity is a religion. Islam is a religion. Hinduism is a religion. So one may ask, what is religion? Religion is man-made path to find God or deconstructing the world universe. Man-made path to find God or deconstructing the universe. Well, let's see the dictionary meaning of religion and add it to this one I've just explained now. Merriam-Webster, that religion, the service and worship of God or the supernatural, commitment or devotion to religious faith or observance, a personal set or institutionalized system of religious attitude, beliefs, and practice, a cause, principle, or system of beliefs held to with ardor and faith. So the first one, the service and worship of God or the supernatural. That means it's in line with the definition I gave, my own personal definition I gave, man-made path to find God or the constructing what? The universe. Any path that has been made for you by your fellow man in order to find God has become a ladder, a path, a religious ladder, a religion. I said is what? Is a made path to find God. And the dictionary agrees with me and said the service and worship of God. What I added is that is man-made path. Some people argue that their religion came directly from God. It is not true. It came directly from God. Is it to you? That means to another man, and the man pens it down and say that this is the way that you are going to. That is man-made. Let's get it clear. It is what? Man-made. So whenever you hear people say something like this is how we do it. It is religion. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. You are talking about religion. It's a classic case of religion. Whenever you see people say something like our forefathers, our founder, our daddy in the Lord, our fathers in the faith, our mothers in the faith, our martyrs, did it this way. You are talking about religion. You are talking about what? Religion. Now, the question is there anything wrong with religion? Is there anything wrong with religion? Absolutely nothing. There is nothing wrong with what? Religion. There is nothing wrong with religion. To find true spirituality, one must always start with what? Religion. To find true spirituality, one must always start with religion. It is when you get tired of religion that your journey to discover spirituality begins. It is when you get tired of man-made path of finding God, that is when you start asking yourself, how do I find this God for myself? That is where spirituality starts. So spirituality is purely a personal and flexible adventure. It is not a group thing. It is not a laid down thing. It is not something that they say a doctrine, something that is in book or something that they codify. No, that's why I said is what? Personal and flexible. You must come to that decision to find God by yourself. When you get tired of the system that has been laid down for you, that is religion. So many people will not walk the path of Christianity till they die. Sorry, the path of spirituality till they die. They will keep follow the paths that have been laid down for them. I'm not saying, remember I said there is nothing wrong with it. But everything has higher dimension. Experiencing God for yourself, the God consciousness, is that is spirituality. It's the zenith of Ifeni Emenya we just your. Forget what everybody is saying that they're experiencing is a personal thing. And when you start, nobody is going to show you how it's going to be done. It's a question you ask yourself and start working out that path for yourself, and the fruit you'll be seeing. It's a very lonely quest. Finding God is a very lonely quest. And the Bible is called the narrow road. It's a very lonely quest. However, religion is a group and rigid journey to find God. That's why you see people gather in a space trying to experience God. Whatever you are seeing there is religion. Whenever people are gathered in group, let it be from 2, 3, 4, 5, it has entered religion. Spirituality is purely an individual affair. Nobody is giving you rules. Nobody is telling you to pray by this time of the day. Nobody is telling you to use this thing to pray. Whether you are using kola nut or using inzu or you are using water, nobody is telling you that. It's only you that is telling yourself. Nobody is giving you any prescription. Nobody can find God, or should I say, get to that God realized state through religion. However, religion can give you the right foundation to begin this personal quest. The job of religion is to give you the right foundation to begin this personal quest. Almost all today's religion are built on laid down rules of yesterday's personality, who personally experienced God for themselves. Nobody laid down the rule for them. Regrettably, spirituality does not pay heed to yesterday's convention. No, to a case that's not spirituality. Just for example, in this Ordinana, by the time you enter into Ordinana to find spirituality via the religion called Ordinana, you won't be talking no to a case yesterday. You will not be saying those kind of things. This does not in any way mean that you are despising how it was done yesterday. No. What it means is that you are now finding God today with your own means today. With your own means what today? That's what it means. Spirituality is an ever-changing path. Spirituality is an ever-changing path. It is not rigid or fixed. It is not really rigid or fixed. So you see, Ordinana or Igbo ancestral religion is a religion. Let's stop all these semantics that it's Christian. Ordinana is not a religion. It's a religion. It is how our ancestors attempted to find God yesterday. There is nothing wrong with using their method in our quest today. What is wrong is limiting ourselves to it. What is wrong is claiming that your religion is the truth, the life, and the only way of finding God. That is what is wrong. There is nothing wrong with religion. There is nothing wrong with Ordinana. But don't think that it is the only way. Don't ever say that it is the truth. Don't ever say that it is the life. Don't ever claim it's superior. A true spiritual seeker must be open-minded. It is in being open-minded that you will discover the strange and deep path that you walk to find and experience God, or what the Hindus or the Buddhists will call what? Nirvana. The Christians will call it heaven. Anybody that wants to find God, if you are not open-minded, you will be you become imprisoned to the dogmas and doctrines of your religion. If you're not open-minded, you become imprisoned to the dogmas and doctrines in Ordinana. If you're not open-minded, you become imprisoned to the dogmas and doctrines in Christianity. You become imprisoned to the dogmas and doctrines of Hinduism. You must be open-minded if you really want to experience God, because God is in every religion, is everywhere. Fine. It is the truth. Don't think God. That is what is wrong to it. What is wrong is claiming that your religion is the truth, the life, and the only way of finding God. That is what is wrong. There is nothing wrong with religion. There is nothing wrong with Ordinana. But don't think that it is the only way. Don't ever say that it is the truth. Don't ever say that it is the life. Don't ever claim it's superior. A true spiritual seeker must be open-minded. It is in being open-minded that you will discover the strange and deep path that you walk to find and experience God, or what the Hindus.
Ancestors left us keys and symbols that spoke in science of life, and it has come to us in many forms of religion. And so this is why we say, we speak of saying that we should never confuse creating division. So we don't put one religion above the others. We teach the oneness in all, and we show the science, for the unity is the key. And the true spiritual beings, the new beings of this time, will be able to overcome and surpass the petty differences that have divided us through the trickery of people who have stolen our story and woven it in ways to control us from being able to access our own divine truth, our own divine nature. So I thank you for riding with us. I went a little extra time today. And the reason I kind of rolled out is because I usually have Ross Cipher to come in at the Star Knowledge at the back end at 12, but we just really closing out at this time. Give thanks. Amashe. And I hope that that last video stays with your mind as we speak about not creating that vision, but learning in the universal set. Chair, back to you. One thing, close out the right way.
Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. Make way for the king. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. Shango, majestic one, king who loves his people, whose people love him, great protector whose rules by divine law ensures justice across the land. He who reveres women honors the queen mother, power source of the throne. Mighty warrior, unbeatable with his double-headed axe, formidable in strategy, in battle he always wins, delivers justice. The king who strikes with his knife, the king who strikes with his axe, the king who carries fire on his head, the king who puts fire on the road. Make way for the king. Kabiesi, owner of fire and lightning, smoldering fire that burns without end, lightning that strikes without mercy. The earth shakes beneath your feet and is felt everywhere. Most mighty one, Oba Kabiesi, Moforibale Shango. Shango has come, let every human being come and watch. Oba Kosa, the powerful king, my lord, the owner of the big royal drums, protect us from misfortune, protect us from illness. Let us experience the calm and gentle things of life. Oba, 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 Shango, I am your child. Please play the royal drums. Bring the lightning from the sky. Let me reach your throne of majestic power. Behold the red and the white, king who rules guided by love. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. Make way for the king. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. I respect the king who never dies. I salute you 13 times. I respect the mighty king. I salute you 13 times. I respect the spirit of lightning. I salute you 13 times. I respect the king of Oyo. I salute you 13 times. I salute you 13 times. I respect the chief who does not die. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi. Spirit of lightning, I am greeting you. Baba Shango, Gabi Esile. Baba Shango, Gabi Esile. The mortar does not know fear. The grindstone does not know fear. Spirit of lightning, save me. Let me no longer know fear. Let me never know fear. Spirit of lightning, I am greeting you. Spirit of lightning, I am greeting you. Spirit of lightning, I am greeting you. Father who is loved by everyone. King who rules guided by love. Baba Shango, Baba Shango, Baba Shango, Baba Shango, Spirit of lightning, I am calling you. Make way for the king. Baba Shango, Spirit of lightning, I am calling you. Spirit of lightning, I am calling you. Spirit of lightning, I am calling you. I call you 3 times. Spirit of lightning, protect us from all evil. Praise the power of heaven. I give you thanks. Ashe. Shango, I call you. Grant me good life. I want what only you can give. The many blessings. Give me a good thing from you. Grant me my own gift today. I will venerate nobody more than you. Father, God of thunder, because of your thunder you are respected. We call you from the heart and pray. Mighty God of thunder, protect us. Kabiesi, I pray that you light the way to the good fortune and luck in my life, to gain a joyful life, a joyful soul, and peace of mind. I am in awe of your power, strength, and knowledge. Protect me from all evil. Shango, your crown is golden, charming one who lights up hearts. Shango, you give us good fortune, justice, peace, and protection. Bless our home and the land. Shango, King Kabiesi, you are loved. Shango loves to dance. He gives his people reasons to celebrate. Father gets down, life of the party. Handsome one who swoons all hearts. All at once, I adore you, Baba. Baba Shango, Kabiesile. Baba Shango, Kabiesi.
Thank you.
Russ Kimmy.
Yes, sir. All right. Yes, I give thanks. It's been a wonderful long journey this evening. A lot of great things. Gratitude and thanks, Minister. A lot of great information, a lot of great insights, a lot of great inner workings, and very much an understanding of the self and the universe. So we give gratitude and thanks. Yes, sir. And all right. Well, I'll close up the session for this evening. This it's been a wonderful session, and I want to say gratitude and thanks. I want to say, come in the name of the Most High, come in the name of the Mother, the Father, and the Spirit. We say, I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. We give thanks and praise for this wonderful opportunity, for this knowledge. Give thanks and praise for this wonderful opportunity to learn about ourselves, learn about our people, learn about our nation, learn about our future. Gratitude, thanks for all the ones before who have come before us to set the way, come before us to set the path, and come before us to set the vehicle of the Merkabah into motion. So we give thanks and praise for all of the opportunities and the science and the knowledge and the wealth of culture and the intriguing and beautiful customs of our people. So gratitude and thanks to the Most High. I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am. Yes, I. Amen. All right, everyone, have a wonderful night. Give thanks. Give thanks. Till next Thursday. Yes, I.
Yes, sir. Earlier.